Um, we've been muted this whole time.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh,
This nigga ain't shaving. I can't get it. Stuck it to the.
oh my.
We have 24 shows to talk about today. Um, at the end of today's episode, we'll be doing a new segment called Netflix Graveyard. I'm calling it the Netflix Graveyard because the way we do the show is we do it the first month of the season, middle month of the season, and the end of the season. And ours is shifted back by like a month. So what Netflix does is they usually start airing 6 months after the season has ended, or maybe after it has started. So it's 3 months off of our schedule, and they release the whole thing at the same time. So because of that, we haven't really been able to talk about Netflix series unless you like find them online somewhere. So um, today we have two shows that we're going to be talking about at the end of the episode, and um, yeah, they are going to. This is kind of like the birth of this segment, and we can't put them on any other episode other than upcoming because upcoming is the shortest,
Yep.
and especially with this last season and the last episode, it would be impossible to add it to the end of those without having like a 10-hour episode. So. The first show we're gonna be talking about
I
is
love the short version of that.
yeah. Um, Akebi-chan no
Okay.
Serafu.
I figured you were gonna talk about this one. I almost was gonna put this on my list, but I swear we're starting to get a lot of these like this, and I'm kind of getting sick of them.
Okay. And the
No,
English.
like, because like they have what is it? What is the one that just came out this season? Oh shoot, it's been talked about a lot, but it's actually ironically enough on Netflix. Um, communication something koi or starts with a K, I think. But no, her whole thing is getting 100 friends, like literally. And I'm like, wait, did we just? Am I looking at the same? I, I'll look it up when you while you talk about this one. But go for
Oh
it.
yeah,
Go ahead and
cool,
say
cool,
this.
cool. Yeah. So the English name for this one is Akebi Sailor Uniform. All right. So why did I put this on my list? My notes say it looks like it's going to be a super laid back show, and the animation is gorgeous. Um, I, I don't remember what the trailer had in it because it's been 2 weeks. But the synopsis says Combi. Oh, actually, it is done by Cloverworks, and they have done shows like uh, Fate Grand Order, which I was never not able to do. I think that one went to Netflix. Uh, Horimia, which I like that one. Wonder Egg Priority. It looks intriguing, but the picture looks intriguing. But it has they did Yakusoku Wonder Neverland, and yeah. So for the shows that I do, Persona. So for the shows that I've seen from them, they have a track record of good animation. The synopsis is Komichi Akibi lives out in the countryside with her family. She's won entrance to the prestigious Robai Academy Middle School for girls, and now she only wants two things: to wear the school sailor's uniform and to make 100 friends. Okay, I see what you're talking about. When you were like 100 friends, I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I remember there was a show
Ah,
like a couple years
here
ago
it
that had
is.
that.
Comey can't communicate.
I think that is the show.
Wait. No, this is Akiba-chan knows what do wait, no. Yeah, no, this is totally different. This is a different show.
Yeah, but didn't that come out like a while ago?
No, this is the last season. It's just now airing.
Then there's another one that they did that a couple years ago.
Probably. That's why I'm like, I'm getting a little tired of these copycats.
Okay.
Why are we like continually like getting this now?
Hey, everybody's been separated from each other. Like we can't have like close friends anymore. And now the that like desire for community is coming back.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me just where's okay, here's the premise. Okay. Yeah, okay. So again, freaking weird. On her first day attending the elite Itan private high school, Shoko Komi immediately receives an overwhelming surge in popularity due to the unprecedented stoic beauty and refined elegance her classmate perceives her to possess. However, only Hitoshi Tadona, an exceedingly average schoolboy who sits next to her, can have the opportunity to discover that behind her bishojo appearance, Komi has a severe communication disorder. Subsequently, Tadano resolves to help Komi reach her goal of 100 friends.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a
I immediately saw that and I was just like, wait. Yeah. And the anime television series original run started October 7th, 2021 to present.
yeah. So yeah, that's
I'm like, I almost think that is a better version of this one. Just because it intrigues me more about the fact that she has a communication disorder and can't communicate well.
yeah, this one's kind of missing like a why. It's
Yeah.
like
Well, but see, I don't know if there is a why, and like, because here again, I don't want to sell it short because we both know that any chart has a horrible synopsis of anime sometimes.
yeah, wherever they grab their sources from, sometimes it's
It is so vague
like a what?
and sometimes completely misses like the main topic of whatever it is that you look at it and go, wait, you're like you're giving like the Cliff Notes version of what this is about, and you're missing everything that it's good about it.
Yeah, all the important parts you skipped
Yeah,
over. But you got the
yeah,
awesome
yeah, yeah.
parts that you
I've
think
I've
sounds nice.
I've seen that far too often with them.
Like I know some of these words. I'm gonna grab all the words that I know.
Yeah. So it could be better, but for right now, based upon that synopsis and from what I haven't even watched it, I was curious enough that I wanted to watch it, but I haven't watched it, and I want to say that I would probably at this point enjoy Comey more than this one.
Okay.
So, but yeah,
So
that's why when I first saw that synopsis, I'm like, oh god, another one? Why are we doing more of these? How many people want 100 friends? I'm good with 10. Why do we have to have 100?
yeah, hundreds a little much. Like
Exactly. It's like, come on. Now, see, this is almost giving a bad expectation because now you're just like you're talking about quantity over quality.
yeah, I was about to say that. I'm like, what kind of friends are you talking about? Like friends that'll like drive you to the airport or like
I'm almost thinking you're misconstruing acquaintances to friends.
yeah,
Like I can walk into areas and people know me, but that's because they've seen me or I've interacted with them before.
yeah,
Doesn't
like
mean I'm
cheers.
friends with them or whatever. Just
Yeah,
means that they know me.
yeah.
So
Yeah, friends are like somebody who would help you move or somebody who would drive you to the airport.
yeah,
Yeah, like
someone
like
who someone who wants to hang out with you beyond a purpose of just because they happen to be in the same place at the same time. You know, that is what I would view of as that. But yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
It is what it is. So
yeah. I um, it looks really cool. So I'm like, that's one criteria. That's all I need. I'm like,
I almost, I know you may not be able to, but I almost want to just go, okay, watch this one, and then watch Comey, and then tell me which one's better.
I feel like I may have started Comey, and then it wasn't enough. I didn't have enough to say about it,
Mm-hmm.
and just moved on. But yeah, yeah, I'll watch them both. And be like, oh yeah, I did watch this.
If you're gonna watch one like this, because it's like now it's almost just like, I wouldn't necessarily have said it based upon um the fact that it's, yes, they're very similar premises in that regards, but because of how closely they're being released, like back to back from each other, it's
Yeah.
almost just like, hey, you kind of have your options here, and Comey's actually out almost fully at this point. So it's like, why not just watch the whole thing here and then save yourself the trouble? Kind of like watching the movie for Demon Slayer Train, instead of watching the anime bit by bit, because it's the same freaking thing.
I
So
forgot about that.
yeah. Oh, I ain't gonna forget. I ain't gonna forget about that. I refuse to let UFO Table.
Yeah.
I refuse to let UFO Table forget about that atrocity that they did. They saw what DBZ did and said, "Hold my beer." Is what that came down to. Oh, people yelled at you for doing that? Well, let's do one even better. Let's do it even longer. Like, we're not going to do like the first 3 or 4 episodes. We're going to do like the first 8 episodes. We'll
our,
double.
anim- our animation's better than yours, so we should get away with
Yeah.
it. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Aifureta Shokuyo de Sekai Saikyo 2.
So,
Or
go ahead.
uh, Aifureta from Commonplace to the World's Strongest, Season 2.
So, the funny thing about this is, when did the original season came out? It came out, original TV series, the prequel came out in 2019. 2019. So this came out in 2019. I did not watch it when it came out.
Okay.
I think it was actually towards the beginning of this year that I didn't have an anime I currently was engrossed with. So, like, because we had that backslide of like animes that we didn't really have a whole lot to go off of kind of situation
Oh,
because
yeah,
of
like the.
news. So I literally was going through YouTube. And this is why I get a little upset about the fact that they're like, okay, don't get me wrong, you throw out whole episodes of animes or whatever on YouTube, and I'm like, okay, I can see why people get upset about that, why producers or whatever get upset about that. But for just clips or people talking about something like that, I don't think you should be upset about that because it grows the interest in it. Because I found somebody who was talking about had like a top 10 list of anime characters who were weak but then became like OP or whatever like that. And this was on there, and I saw one of the battles, and I'm like, man, that looks really good. Why didn't I watch it? And then I actually looked it up, and I'm like, oh, the whole series is out. Well, shit, I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah.
And literally just freaking went through the entire series in like a week, I think, or even less than that. I don't remember. But this is a legit, like, I enjoy this series. I think that it's a fine series for an isekai, which is what it is. Um, it tells a more believable story that I think most people would not necessarily think about, because the main character came to this world, and he he was given skills, but his skills that he was given was like one of the weakest, supposedly. But so basically, during he had a thing for one of the more talented women on there. Someone kind of got jealous, didn't want to have him around, and basically during a battle sequence, when they were in a dungeon, pushed him or made it to where he fell off of this bridge into the lower portions of the dungeon that their team hadn't even gone into because it was that powered up. But he found a way to survive. Won't go too much into it, but he did find a way to survive, which grew his power exponentially using his actual skill that he was given and having lucked upon a healing basically herb that he came across that he recognized as like one of the best like high tier healing sort of situations,
Mhm.
and he used that to his advantage, and all of a sudden started just gaining abilities, gaining abilities, gaining abilities, and he's just freaking. But see, someone like that who was picked on, who was, you think there's been a lot of these shows that showcase like, oh, you're given this power because you were weaker and now you have a better understanding of how the weak feel in that regards. But he, as a personality, uh, Hajime, Hajime, his personality, he distrusts people. Like he knows he got set up. He knows he got put into that situation on purpose and how he had been feeling prior to that. So he has a distrust for people, which I'm like looking at it going, yeah, that causes conflict in situations from time to time, but it's realistic. There's going to be people, yeah, there are some people who have that in them to be able to go, you know what? I water under the bridge. I don't even care about it. But there's going to be some people who are going to be like, no, you're not coming into my party because I don't know what you can do and I don't know if I can trust you. And that's fair. Like, that's fair. So I kind of think this kind of takes a little bit more of a realistic approach with the character. And then the characters themselves that they have coming along the way. Um, like the first one he comes across is the blonde hair chick that he's with, who's a vampire. And like they do it in such a way where I'm like, it's kind of like it's an interesting take on vampirism and stuff like that. So like their whole thought process and what they do about it, I'm like, the characters are more realistic than you see a lot of times in anime, and then the characters themselves, though follow similar guidelines, are also unique onto themselves. Like they give them special little quirks or little things that they do. She is a vampire, but she's short, so she has kind of a complex about that and can get kind of pissed off when someone calls her out on that sort of thing.
Mhm.
Um, and she's also very powerful in her own right. Like even though he is as powerful as she is, they work well together because she's a powerful being herself and can do some pretty impressive things. And I think part of her backstory comes up to the fact that like people were afraid of her power, but he has no fear of her, and she kind of appreciates that. I think in some ways. So it's I think this is not one, and I know this does have a fan base because I know when the second season was announced, I want to say it's been announced for, I want to say it was back in the beginning of 2021, but I think it got pushed back due to the virus outbreak. Um, I know there was some hype around it. Like I saw like the hype coming from people about it. So, I mean, it's got a fan base, but I will say for those of you out there who are on the fence about it, you don't have to be. Like, it has legit, like, points and reasons behind it, and I think it should be something that gets more attention than even it already does. So, I'm hyped for it. I'm excited for it. I want to see where it goes, and I want to see what new things they come up with because the whole first season was basically a character introduction to his party, who he's with, and their relationships to one another. And they still have like the very beginning of it was had the typical, oh, you're, going to fight the big bad boss or whatever, and
Mhm.
that still hasn't happened. So I'm like, are we going to get
Okay.
into that now, or are we, where are we heading now at this point, or what's the destination now that we've established where we're at, and can he become even more powerful than he already is?
Okay.
You know. So there's a lot of questions that I definitely want to see if they answer. So
Cool. Cool. I can't remember if I started this one or not. Um, but yeah, and then because we watched it uh off season, I don't have any info on it, so I
yeah,
may take a peek at it. So just to see if I'm interested in the show. But
I
yeah.
will say if you jump into the second season without having seen the first season, I understandably the main character, the white haired guy there, he's probably gonna come off as being a bit of an ass and kind of gruff, but he has reason for that.
Okay.
Like knowing his backstory up to that point, you kind of go, all right. It's like you still kind of cringe at the moments in front of him now and then, but you're still kind of like, all right.
Uh,
It's like knowing John Wick. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like if you had no context for him in the first movie going out and killing all those mobsters or whatever, you just be like, God, he's just like a merciless, ruthless like killer or whatever. But you saw the lead up going into that, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I see your point. You know what I mean? You're like,
Yeah.
it's
I
still
wonder.
it's still bad. It's still like bad behavior, but you look at it, go, all right, fair enough. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So with John Wick, it's like you saw what happened to him before he did all the stuff. So you're
Mhm.
like, yeah, get him back.
Yeah.
And I guess with him, it's kind of like if you saw John Wick attacking everybody and then they flash back to his dog dying, then you'd have been like, oh, okay. You wouldn't
Yeah,
be as on board,
you have to
but
have some I feel like you have to have some sort of for certain characters and to be more agreeable to them in certain situations, you have to have some sort of context to go along with it. Without
yeah,
having like the reasonings behind it a lot of times you end up falling through, but I think that's where there are some animes because they're not sure whether or not they are going to get that continuation, try
mm,
to stuff too much into say like the first season because they're
yeah,
like, well, we gotta not only do we have to do character development, but we also have to do like the story behind it, what's going on and why they're there and what's happening, and they're like trying to cram everything they can, especially in the last what 2 decades or so into like the 12 to 13 episodes that they get for one
yeah,
season. Whereas before they at least had like 24 or even more episodes to deal with for like a first season sort of
yeah.
situation.
It was like all you needed to do was pass that get approved, and then
Yeah,
once you were approved, you were just you got your time slot, and then you were able to just do your
just go,
story.
just
And then
go.
now everybody's like, most people get, like a ton of people get approved. Now you just got to make sure you lock your audience
Yeah.
because they may start it and then just move on.
Yep. Yep.
There's billions of slots.
So I mean, I get where it comes from, but I also appreciate when situations like these where they're like, yeah, we're wanting to do something where we're at least making sure you understand where the characters are coming from. Because otherwise, there would be some confusion, I feel, or there would be some loss of interest, I feel.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Borao no Sauretsu, or uh, Requiem of the Rose King. Interesting.
Was this one mine or yours?
I think this one is yours. I don't remember seeing the trailer.
I almost have to bring up the list now just to be able to be for sure. Yes, this was mine. Okay. And you know what? Since you primarily focus on trailers,
Uh-huh.
I've now exclusively gone, you know what? I'm not even watching trailers. I am just reading the synopsis and seeing if I feel like I like it.
Yeah, just
Purely.
leaning on it. Okay.
Purely. So this may be a complete mistake on my part, but I'm gonna go with it, and I'm gonna see
Say
where
more
I'm gonna
like
see where the rabbit hole goes.
or like a blind leap of faith.
You're almost in the same situation because you don't know what story elements you're getting into.
No, I'm watching the trailer right now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Richard, the ambitious third son of the House of York, believes he is cursed, damned from the birth to eternal darkness. But is it truly fate that sets him to the path of personal destruction, or his own tormented longings? Based on an early draft of Shakespeare's Richard III, Aya Kano's dark fantasy finds a man who could be king standing between worlds, between classes, between good and evil. So this is based on a Shakespeare play.
It seems like it, yes.
And I'm interested to see what an animated version of an anime based on a Shakespeare play would go for. This is done by JC Staff, so you know it's going to look good.
Ooh.
They have the backing in order to do that. And honestly, I think for the most part, storyline wise, there obviously have been their goofball situations that every now and then kind of go for it. But I do believe if there's any studio that could potentially pull off a anime based on a Shakespearean play, that they would probably be the better ones to do it with.
Okay.
Because you gotta have a great understanding and the backing in order to accomplish a feat like that. I feel like.
Yeah, to take a Shakespearean story and to put it in the format of an anime
I mean,
for nowadays.
even if you're not like directly taking it directly off of it, even if you're just taking it as like inspiration or cues from it or situations like that, it's still it's still heavy. Like Shakespeare is such a heavy thing to come off of.
Yeah, yeah, I would say yeah, like either remixing it for modern day anime or just adapting it for modern day anime. You still have that like 3 episode hook that you got to get people
Mm-hmm.
on and
Mm-hmm.
um, getting across the story in a limited amount of time. So
Mm-hmm.
um, I am interested to see like now that I've seen the trailer and then
Mm-hmm.
now that you said Shakespeare and I look at it and I'm like, yep, lots of roses, lots of serious looking characters.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, it does look interesting.
And I will
Uh,
say, at the very least, the tags for it are action drama, and I'm like, if they didn't have drama in there in a Shakespearean play, I'd be worried.
it'd be like action comedy etchy. You're
Yeah,
like,
I'd be
what?
like, no, that you are missing the point somewhere along the line, because that ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna tell you right now, that shit ain't gonna fly. I mean, even the most comedic, um, even the most comedic Shakespearean plays, parts, or whatever. Like you could even think like Midsummer Night's Dream. It had bits of comedy in it, but it still had a very serious undertone. So I'm like, eh, you gotta really, as it's a weird thing to do, and I'm all for going and experimenting. So hey, if they do it well, this may be one of those surprise ones that everyone all of a sudden goes, oh wow, where did this come from?
There was one that I cannot remember the name of that seemed like it was based on a play like this.
Mhm.
Um, I wish I remember the name of it. And I think I had talked about it on the show. And then before that, one that comes to mind is they did a Romeo and Juliet one,
Yeah.
and I don't know why, but I was like really into the show. And then towards the end, everything started getting all sad. And I'm like, why is everything getting all sad? And then somebody's like,
You seen Romeo
Romeo.
and Juliet?
Exactly. They were like, do you know it's Romeo and Juliet? It doesn't end well. And I'm like, oh yeah.
No, no, it doesn't.
I'm
Which
like,
is why when I saw that, I'm like, But this is also a very much because they said what Richard III is what this one's based on. Yeah. I don't think it ends well for Richard if they're going off of the. But see, it's interesting because they say based on an early draft of Shakespeare's Richard III.
Okay.
So I don't know if it deviates a lot from the actual Richard III or if there's something more to it.
If it goes off of one of the anime stereotypes, then it's like we did the draft where it didn't have an ending, so we could just do whatever we want at the ending.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, and aliens because anime.
uh just kind of glancing over what the Wikipedia says about Richard III for Shakespeare. Oh, yeah, no. Okay.
I guess.
It is labeled a history of the first folio. It is usually considered one, but it is sometimes called a tragedy.
Oh God.
Yeah. Like I said, if I don't it's been a long time since I've read that play. But I don't remember it ending very well for Richard.
Well, you want to be sad.
I mean, it's I think that's why a lot of people have, I mean, besides the language itself, I think that's why a lot of people have a lot of problems getting into Shakespeare plays. But if you go into it with an understanding of what you're getting yourself into, I think that's probably a better way to go about it. So,
Yeah,
understand it's going to have some heavy material.
but yes, this is anime. It's gonna be like they're gonna build a nice world. They're gonna build us up a story, but then also like remember it's Shakespeare too. So
Mhm.
the second half is not gonna look so rosy.
Mhm.
But yeah, I am interested. I will start it and then I will be a second. Alright. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Q.
Let me guess, cute girls doing cute things?
Uh, I think this is cute girls doing voice acting.
It's an idol
Or
training mobile game
okay, never mind.
is what
That's
it's
the
based
other
on.
show. Okay, that's the other show. Let's see. This one is done by
Someone I don't remotely know.
Grafnica and you Meta Company. Grafnica worked
Oh
on
my.
Move Love, which I haven't started yet, but Valkyrie. They not much.
I see either. That's interesting. So for which one am I looking at right now? I'm looking at Grafnica. So I either see fighting robots or idol. That's almost seems to be
Yeah,
exclusively what they do. Fighting
yeah,
robots or idol.
yeah. And then you met the company. It's like
Oh
Digimon.
wait, they did Helsing Ultimate.
I feel like they played a small part in a lot of different things.
Okay. Okay.
Because like a lot of the stuff that you met the company worked on, they also worked on. So I feel like they're
Uh,
like the helpers.
gotcha.
But yeah, not a lot of big shows that we have talked about on
Mm-mm.
this show. But
Nope, but again, I think if anyone's going to do idol, I think they might have like this is their niche. This is their thing. It seems like because
yeah,
they've done most of what they've done is idol stuff.
yeah. The synopsis is based on an idol training mobile game produced by Liber Entertainment and Pony Gaming. So it's also based on a game.
Yeah,
So it's like,
which is already putting it in a very much of a point deficit, I think.
yeah, it's already it's in a risky category. It's
Mm-hmm.
done by a studio who like seems to help. and a bunch of other stuff, and we shall see. Like they're maybe like
all I can say is good luck.
they're like we're gonna do it all by ourselves this time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, all right, we shall see. Why did I put this on my list?
See, this doesn't surprise me. I want to say one that we're gonna do 2 from now. That surprised the hell out of me, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Um, says voice acting anime, so I guess it's based on an idol training thing, but
I was about to say, did you just think voice acting because they're holding what looks to be scripts, but I think is actually like song? I don't think they're doing voice acting.
I think this
They're,
is a voice act because like my
they're
notes come from the
singing.
trailer, and the trailer like it looks like a voice acting anime. I think that's all scripts, and like with voice acting, a bunch of people are in the same booth, like they're all in the same booth. Like there isn't a booth. There's like a voice acting room. There's a bunch of mics like lined up, and like
Yeah,
everybody
but
up to
that's
that.
not for voice acting. That's for singing.
No, they,
That's for
this is
singing. That's not for voice acting. That's for singing. That's why
from
you have
watching
all the mics going in the same.
from what I got from the trailer. My
Uh-huh.
notes say voice acting anime, so I think it's
Okay.
a voice acting anime. Also,
I'm gonna
Q is
prove
like it's your cue. I don't think they do is your cue on songs.
as a pro. Okay, they do actually mention voice acting
Yeah.
in there. Okay.
Um. Let's see
I
what's that.
still fair. I all right.
Yeah. It says there's one industry anime that I've seen before, which is we had talked about it too. Um. Oh, it's not an S. I knew it when I wrote this down. I should have wrote it down. But that show it had Goku's voice actress in it,
Mm-hmm.
and this one seems more slice of life. Like it's not based like it's kind of cool, like to see that fourth wall broken, where it's like an anime about the anime industry, and
Mm-hmm.
like once that first show came out, then it like kind of gave the green light for like other animes to come out about the anime industry, but not to do like a overall like is more about the production company, and you get to see all the different aspects of anime being produced, like how they have some artists who are like freelancers, where they'll hand out a bunch of scenes, and like they'll have somebody run the scenes over to the person's house, and like they'll come by like a couple days later to pick up the scenes, and then like for voice actors and actresses and stuff like that, they have everybody like come to the room and like record, and then like they may like in the morning, I'm gonna record for Dragon Ball Z, and then in the afternoon, I'm gonna record for like I don't know Hunter X Hunter or whatever. So it was interesting for that show because it showed like all the different aspects of it. It's like you had 3D animators and like some like they had the 2D animators that were also there, and they're like maybe we should do this scene in 2D. They're like oh maybe we should do it in 3D. It'll be cheaper. Blah blah blah. So it was like it was a really cool thing for that show to like show all the different aspects of the pipeline. And once that show came out, then there was other shows that are like, we're just going to talk about voice acting, and that's the one that I had saw where, or I think the production line one that I saw had Goku's voice actress in it, which was cool. Um, this one, I feel like it's just going to focus on the voice characters and their lives, and not really like voice acting for an anime. Just going to be their job. It's not going to be like the show's going to be about them as a person. So this I don't know. I'm curious to see like what they do with it, or if like we'll see some cameos from like some professional voice actors or actresses or something like that.
Mm. Sorry, I was just reading the synopsis on the game.
Oh,
A mobile game by Liber Entertainment was released in October 25th, 2019. The game temporarily ended service on April 30th, 2021 in order to revise gameplay elements. An anime television series adaptation was announced on November 1st, 2020. It is produced by Yumete Company and Graphica and directed by Shin Katagai and Totsukiko Yurahata, overseeing the series scripts. Motohiro Taniguchi designing the characters, and Ryosuke Nakanashi composing the music. It is set to premiere on January 7th, 2022, in the Animasium programming block on MBS TBS and BS TBS. Not a whole lot of information going on about this thing. I don't know.
Nope. And they're like, this is a show and it's airing on TV and it has directors and then there's an anime based on this and it's also being on TV. I'm like, okay, that's how
Yeah,
things work.
yeah, that's about as that's about as much you're gonna get from that. I feel like.
Right.
I was just trying to see if there was more information on like what the actual anime itself is going to be about, or what the game itself was about, because
Yeah.
it just seems to me like Q is a Japanese mobile game produced by Liber Entertainment. It launched in iOS and Android systems on October 25th, 2019. The game is a simulation game where players can train up and coming voice actors. An anime television series adaptation.
That's all it
That's
says.
all it says. That's all it says. That is all it says.
This is a game. It has game stuff.
Yeah, basically, this is a game. It's you do things.
It got released and now it's under maintenance.
Hmm. That's what I get. That's what I get. So, I don't know,
Yeah.
man.
Well, when we do first impressions, I will find out what it's actually about.
Yeah, because here again, I feel like this is another one of those situations where the Andy Chart's really not doing it justice.
Yeah, it's like nobody knows what it's about, and HR's like, it's a show based on a game.
It makes you wonder how quickly it's going to get pulled down from whatever streaming site it's going to get into. I don't know. The things like
Uh,
that always become like very questionable.
well, it doesn't have any big like names behind it, so I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's like some little scrappy startups, and they're like, we're gonna do something, and they don't have any money to do like advertising and stuff. But yeah, we shall see. Hopefully they do a good job and get to do some stuff on their own.
We'll see.
But yeah, next show we're gonna be talking about is Dolls Frontline.
I'm a little surprised you wanted to get into this one. So I know both of us had it in there, but this is another one
Yeah.
based upon a video game.
Oh, okay. It is done by Asahi Production, which has also done Peach Riverside, which I never got to see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like Tenchi. Oh no, it's different. uh, wow, nothing that I'm like.
There's a few that I know of, but nothing like that immediately stands out to me.
Shumatsu no Izeta. I feel like we talked about the show before, or we definitely talked about the season at a studio before.
Yeah.
Um, what's the English name? Izeta the Witch, the Last Witch.
Yep. I wasn't too impressed by that one.
Yeah. Okay.
But going off of that, the synopsis for this one is: after the Third World War, nations devastated by biological warfare no longer have the ability to protect the wastelands. So the defense of these territories is left to private military companies like Griffin and Kruger, whose android soldiers or tactical dolls are tasked with fighting the rogue android army of Sangvis Ferry. Now M4A1, the indecisive but potentially capable leader of the elite anti-rain team, must protect her comrades in a series of operations to try and regain the upper hand against Sangvis Ferry.
The leader is named M4A1.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, now that I look down at the list, yeah. Okay. M16A1, STAR15. Okay. Interesting. Oh, why did I put this on my list? I like battle girl shows.
Wait, are
This
they labeled that because that's what that's
their
guns? Eh,
I guess their like unit is named after the gun that they use.
M4. I almost want to say that that's a freaking gun.
Yeah, I know AR-15. I've heard that in the news. But
Yeah,
so this
M4 SOP and Mod 2, a member of anti-rain team, a team of experimental assault rifle dolls, because it's an M4 is an assault rifle. Sent by Pritzker to
is this
cover information about Lyrico's research on advanced A1. 16 Lab later contracts G and K, which is a gun manufacturer, to rescue the team after they are ambushed and targeted by Sangvis Fetty dolls.
is this one of those? Well, okay, so this isn't one of those shows where they are guns, like Upote.
I hope not. I certainly hope not. But that's why their designation came up. I'm like, wait, that's a gun. Like M4 and AR-15. I mean, and I would imagine the rest of it is just a variation on that gun, unless that's just what they're specializing their weapons into at that. I don't know. That's weird.
Okay.
The whole
Uh,
situation's weird.
yeah, but as I was saying, the show seems a little bland and dark, but I have hope. I have high hopes. Why did I say bland? I guess because they're androids and they didn't really show that much expression.
Which would make sense. I mean, why would you have androids that would show expression, especially ones you intend on sending into battle to kill things?
Yeah, and it's like me not even knowing that. I'm like, why does everybody look bored? So, okay,
Fair enough.
it all makes sense now.
Does it though? I mean, really, does it? It's anime. It never makes sense.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Fantasy Bishoujo Juniku Ojisanto.
Why the heck did you freaking pick this one?
Or there's no English name. Cool.
What the heck? I want you to read the synopsis.
Wait.
This is one of those blind ones where I'm like, yeah, you probably didn't want to get this one, but hey, you're in it. You're in it now.
Wait. So my notes say
Uh-huh.
office workers in another world? I think the girl is wearing male clothes.
Uh-huh.
That's right. I only noticed because the clothes are too big.
Uh-huh.
And that's all I have for my notes.
All right, well, let's get on with it then, because you're gonna be like, oh God.
This show is done by OLM,
Mm-hmm.
Oriental Light and Magic. They've done like Restaurants in Another World. They did the Komi-san show. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Odd Taxi. A lot of random shows. Card Fight, Pokemon. Okay. All right. So now it's me.
I cannot wait. Let's
Oh
do it.
crap! I closed it.
I
All right.
will
So
wait.
yeah. The synopsis is: a dull old man and his handsome best friend were summoned to another world by a naked goddess. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
However, because of the god's mischief, he has turned into a peerless, beautiful girl. To get back his body, he has to go on a journey with his best friend to defeat the Demon King, an old man that became a beautiful girl and a handsome old man. Let the madness filled another world journey rom com be rom com.
Uh-huh. But he's a dude who got turned into a woman.
I guess.
I'm like, no, just no. I don't want this to be a rom-com. I'm like, I would be so awkward. I'm like, but you're a dude. I've known you for years as a guy. Then what happens if he ever gets his body back? If this things progress, do they just go from there?
Maybe that's how he always felt inside, and now he's like, "Now I can be my true self."
I mean,
And
I
the goddess
guess.
can see it. The goddess can see it. Like,
Uh,
oh, I know what you want.
I guess, but it's so bad. The way they describe it, I'm just like, oh God, why? How would you be okay with that? How would you, as a person, be perfectly fine to start having feelings and romance for someone who you knew or who's only been magicked as a girl and is actually a guy? That'd just be weird, man.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is all gonna play out because like there's some stuff, there's some info missing.
Oh, yeah. Like, why is it a rom-com? I get if it would anything else, like if it was anything else throughout entire thing, and they're like, all right, so they were gonna be sent here, they got isekai here, and then the goddess was just like, oh, I can't send you back until you complete this mission. And then they started like fighting or whatever, like, well, we just refused to do the mission. And then she's just like, well, then I'm gonna give you incentive to make sure you do the mission. I'm gonna turn one of you into a girl and then force you to be like, if you want your body back, you got to complete the mission. Like, okay, that on its own, I'm okay with.
Or even with Tanya. Tanya's like, I don't believe in you.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
oh well fine.
yeah, yeah,
um,
yeah. Like even that, I'm okay with. But if you want to if you want to be like, and then on their journey, they start to have romantic interests with one another, and I'm like, but yeah, is this consensual? Is it understanding what this is gonna be? I mean, this is very weird. I
it would be
don't.
weird if like all of a sudden, kind of like how they uh what is it, the two starving people on a boat, and like one of them looks at him, he's like, you look like a hot dog. He's like, you look like a hamburger. And it's like, then all of a sudden they're trying to eat each other. I'm like, that's all of a sudden out of the blue, and it's like, what's going on? I'm like, if the romance part just all of a sudden like, you're a girl now I like you all of a sudden, and I'm like, what in the world is going on? But if it's like, this is what you truly felt, and I couldn't do anything about it, and the goddess was like, oh, I can see into your soul, this is what you truly want to be, and that makes them happy, then I'm like, yeah, great, go right ahead.
You know what?
For
If
them
that
to
is the
stop,
case,
yeah,
then sure, go right ahead.
but
But the
I'm like,
way
from
they
stop this,
describe this, yeah,
yeah.
the way they describe this, the fact that they say it was the goddess, not because they wanted to, but because of the goddess's mischief. I'm like, nah, I'm out, man. You know what? I'd freaking call the if that was the case, and they're like, "Well, we're gonna force you to do this by making sure you can't get your body back," and I'd be like, "Well, I guess I'm a woman then. You best ship me back. How about that?"
what if what if it's a romance between one of them and the goddess?
If wait, are you?
If the
I'm looking
goddess
at
plays
any
like a
chart here,
bigger
so I'm
part.
just looking. Yeah, if the goddess is the bunny-eared woman in the background, I'm out. Nah, nah. She no. Just from anime standpoint, she looks like a complete ditz, which I'd be like, no, because what if like I piss you off for some weird, strange reason, and we're in a relationship, and you're just like, I'm gonna make you into a tiniest little creature and like put you in my bag or something like that, just to keep you in as punishment or something, like some stupid, like something just off the wall or something like that. I'd be like, well, I can't do anything. You're a freaking goddess, so I guess this is life right now. So yeah, I'd be like, no, I'm just no. All sorts of no. I saw this on your list, and I'm like, I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, I like from the trailer. I was like, interesting. But yeah, we
Well,
shall see.
not for me. And I'm the fantasy person. Like I'm the fantasy guy. And I'm still sitting here going, nope, not for me.
All right. The next show we're gonna be talking about is Futsal Boys.
This is all you, my man. This is
Yeah.
all you.
So, why is this show on my list? I don't know what kind of sports show this is. The trailer showed a guy going way high into the sky and kicking a ball into a goal. Is this super powered soccer or is this regular soccer? Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was like realistic sports or like DBZ kind of sports. From looking at the newer picture, because the picture we have is just two people's faces, I'm like, okay, soccer.
I
And it,
mean,
and it looks normal.
God, he was high up in there, wasn't he? Someone please clip it and just put in the background the I believe I can fly. Because that's what happened. He flew.
So this show is done by Dial Media, and they've done Aki no Sora, which is basketball. They did Domestic Girlfriend, which I started. That's a romance. They did Chio-chan, which is a crazy show, which makes sense why the trailer had that crazy part in it.
Wait, is that Akinosora? Is that the one with the Oh, okay. Yeah. They're not really superpowered, they just over dramatize every fucking thing.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
yeah. And they did
Because that's
Mayoiga,
exactly
which
the
is,
one that they did with Ahi no Soda.
yeah. They did Mayoiga, which was like kind of dark. Then they did Honda-kun, which wasn't. And then in 2015, is this all the same show? Like 5 different shows almost look the same. It's just the characters are different positions. But
It's it's not the same show, but I can see where you'd have the hard time saying
yeah,
otherwise.
yeah,
They're just like group shots, everyone, group shots. All right, everyone, gather around, gather around. All right, next one, group shots, everyone, group shots. Come on, get in here.
yeah. So, um,
This was the cowbell of group shots. It's like, you know what this anime needs? More group shots. All right, get in here. Let's do it. More group shots.
yeah. So,
Uh,
a synopsis for this one is this franchise's story is set in a world over a decade after futsal has. Why is it not called football? It's soccer.
Because that's the European term. We as Americans are the only ones who call it soccer.
Yes, but why is the show called futsal instead of football?
I don't know. What does futsal mean?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Anyway, uh, after futsal has skyrocketed into global popularity, protagonist Haru Yamato watches the championship of U14 World Cup and is
Oh,
inspired by.
that's because it's a different form of soccer. Sorry to interrupt you, but it's a modified form of soccer played with 5 players per side on a smaller, typically indoor field.
So no way up in the sky.
No, that shit was well, they said typically indoor, so I guess it could be played outdoor, but typically it's not. And you only have 5 people to a team.
Okay, cool. Um, Protagonist Haru Yamato watches the championship of the U14 World Cup and is inspired by a Japanese player named uh, Tokinari Tenoji. He joins the Koyo Academy, high school's futsal team, with the goal of becoming a player like Tenoji. There, he finds friends and together they face their rivals.
All together now. All together now.
I'm like, that last sentence is just like every sports anime ever. There, he
Yeah.
finds friends and together they face their rivals.
What do you expect?
I'm like, they didn't have to say that. It's like, duh, it's a sports anime. Like you.
Well, they gotta. Okay, so to be fair, it's not like. I mean, what if this was someone's first time looking at sports anime? Would they know that? No.
True, but
But
this
goddamn, why did they not know that every sports anime is like
no,
that?
I'm like, say what's specific about this show. Here he meets his friend so
You
and so
really
and
want to
so and so.
complain about that after
It's
everything they've done so far? You really want to complain about that? Man, you guys aren't specific at all. No,
and
of course they're not.
they try to take down the Black Dragons, the last year's rival, like something more descriptive. Maybe.
No. See, if you force them to do that, they would be like, and they try to take down the Black Dragons, and you're like, oh, it's another sports team. No, it's a crime syndicate that formed to start the sports team. The kids are actually undercover cops, and they're trying to do a drug bust in disguise as a futsal team. So you don't know, but the soccer ball is it has some high explosives in it, and if you kick it more than like 5 times, it activates the explosives, and then you have to get it into a net to deactivate it, and it has like a 2-minute timer. Man, most intense futsal game ever, man. Let me be the storyline person on these things, man. I give you some crazy shit. I make Atakata Under the Bridge look tame in comparison.
Cool. So smaller scale soccer. Cool. Uh,
I could imagine if I ever had the chance and did that. How many people? Because just then the description doesn't even mention anything about that, and just watch people's reactions when they watch it. Why is there a drug bust happening in the middle of the field? Wait, why did the other side of the field get blown up? What? Wait, now there's a gunfight? What happened? I thought we were playing futsal.
the first show of your first episode of your show airs. I'm like, oh look, it's trending.
Oh shit. Oh my god, that would be so great. That would be the one final sports anime I would watch. Oh, be like, hell yeah! Where are all the other sports animes like this? Oh god.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is
Way too off track.
uh, How Realist rebuilt the kingdom part two.
I just goddamn. I'm gonna improve every anime we come up. I'll be like, okay, but wait, what if this happened instead? Um,
you I feel like that's something that a big YouTuber would do. Like you'd have a series where you just like somebody recommend me the best or slash worst anime titles, and I will fix them right now. And they just go down they just go down the list of like
I
I
will
feel like
make them better.
I feel like that's something that Markiplier would do. I feel like he did
I
something similar
will
like Game
make them better. God, I want to do that now.
Grumps.
All right. Realist Hero Kingdom. Got it. So, I really enjoyed the first season of this, or the first part of this, I guess. I
Wasn't
can't
there a
remember.
war coming?
Yeah, there was. There was.
Did it happen?
Um, so trying to remember the specifics here right now. So what ended up happening was is that there was another country. No, I think he curtailed the war actually. So what
Awesome.
it happened was is there was another country who was trying to. So going, I'm like, wait, no, just start from back from the beginning here. Before he got there, the previous kingdom, the previous kings, because I don't even think it was the previous king that he took over for, but the previous kings, during some disputes between another neighboring kingdom, had ended up taking a lot of their land during confrontations and battle and stuff like that. So, because the fact that there was a new king and he was getting things started, the other country decided to take advantage of this because there was three the army of this kingdom is separated into three different instances. You have essentially their air force, their navy, and then their actual army. And but they're all governed by separate bodies not directly involved with the king. Like they should answer to the king, but they're there as checks and balances to make sure should the king ever go and because most of like their air force was like dragon people, stuff like that. And like
Okay.
so like they were human per se, so most of his army or whatever were kind of in that same situation. So in order to make sure he didn't abuse them or take advantage of them and then also didn't like abuse his own power, these essentially counts were put in place. Well, when he took over, the main character here, when he took over, there was at least two of them, these counts, that did disagreed with him all of a sudden now being the one in charge because he started enacting changes and they were like, no, our system has worked and this is what we do and you don't get all the power and you don't da. So this other country wanted to take advantage of that by stirring it even further and citing them to rebellion. And then in the midst of the rebellion that they would have incited, taking advantage of the confusion to go back into to go back into the kingdom and take the lands back that were originally taken from them, kind of situation.
Oh.
So he managed to overcome. So he stalled the army that was coming in. The two counts tried to do their thing, but he stalled the army that was coming in by the neighboring kingdom, and then through his own ingenuity, defeated the Air Force, took them, once he became in control over it, over to the Army, defeated them because now the Army was expecting the Air Force was going to cooperate with them, but it ended up turning around the other way, defeated them, and then started taking the whole Army over to where the other kingdom was being stalled out and actually went over into their kingdom and took over completely
Oh.
just to curtail any future violence because while all this is being taken place, there's the demon lord and his army that is threatening as well. So he wanted to shore up his fronts, be going, okay, I can't be dealing with internal matters and
Yeah.
human matters while at the same time trying to prepare and make us a strong enough group that we can handle the demon and all that other stuff.
Mhm.
So that's where they left it off at, as far as I remember. That was where that stopped, and yeah, I am hugely curious as to. So like the last episode, I believe was where he was actually addressing the other kingdom and letting them know that they wouldn't be. It's not like they were going to come in there and assert their authority and be like, you got to do what we say, sort of situation. They were coming in there going, look, we're going to work at this together. We're going to expect your cooperation, but your way of living and your society and everything that you do is, we're still going to allow that. Like, that's your culture, that's your thing, that's what you do. We're not going to say you can't do that anymore just because we've now taken over control or whatever. But at the other hand, we also don't want there to be any further issues in regards to now all of a sudden you want to fight back or you want to do this or you want to take advantage of this or da 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 da. It's like, no, we're all in this together. We all need to cooperate and face the greater threat. So it everyone see, and it's funny too because I believe this guy, he knows his history. He knows his history, he knows his command, and he takes the errors of previous leaders and what they've done and had issues with and problems with, and knows that if he already had planned with the fact of taking over the other country or the other kingdom, and he knew that by doing so, though, like when you take over someone else's kingdom, they have a tendency to rebel or
Yeah.
try to make your life harder because of it, sort of
Yeah.
situation, until it becomes so either demanding that either you lose control over it or they end up coming swinging back at you and then taking you over situation.
Yeah.
So again, this is an isekai. I've watched the first season. It's at this point, as far as isekais go, you have to do something beyond the pale of what normal isekais do for me to really take note of it and to actually say, hey, this is doing something unique in its own way and different enough that I think it's worth the watch. And this is one of those where I feel like it's worth the watch.
Do isekais even try to get back home nowadays?
No, most of them no. There was one that I saw recently that I did, or at least he had it in his mind that he was wanting to. I don't know if that continues, but it was kind of his original goal because he got isekai to another realm, to another world, and then after meeting the goddess, instead of being like, "Oh, here's gifts and here's your power," or da 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 da, she was like, "Yeah, I don't want you. You're too ugly," and sent him into the world, but just gave him like bare minimum abilities or whatever, something like that. And if it hadn't been for the generosity of his god that he originally came from our world from, he wouldn't have any powers pretty much.
Hmm.
But it was interesting because in that situation, he originally started off by going, well, if I'm not needed here, I'm just going to go back to my world. I see no problem doing that because y'all apparently don't need me here for any reason. By
Hmm.
the end of the season, that seems like that might be changing a little bit. But I mean, initially, yes, his idea was, well, screw this, I'm gonna go back. So,
Yeah. Because I remember, like, Sword Art, they're like, he did go back.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
for,
but Sword
what was
Art's
that
one.
show?
It is an
Database?
isekai
Database?
basically, but oh, you're talking about
Lock Horizon.
Log Horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. They were attempting to go back.
Yes.
Overlord,
Well,
he's attempting to go back. And then like
Well, I don't
after
know
all,
about that anymore in Overlord.
yeah, it's like the first couple of seasons he was attempting, and then it kind of faded
Yeah.
away. And it's like as the years go on, people really don't really focus as much on going back anymore.
No. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because you start being able to live a life beyond what you had initially.
Yeah,
And you know, a lot of times I think it's definitely fantasy for a lot of people because to be reborn or, you know, to be given into another world, it's like, you know, moving. You're essentially wiping your slate clean and then being able to be like, you know, when I enter this town or when I enter this world, I can be whoever I want to be. And I've already had the experiences to know what I don't want to be, so
yeah,
I can actually live the life that I want to live, and no one will have any pre misguided notions of who I am simply because of past mistakes that I've done, because no one knows who
yeah,
I am.
yeah,
So isekais are pure wish fulfillment, I think, as far as that goes for a lot of people. And I think the way it's handled is something that a lot of people do well, because most times when, especially the way that they do them for the most part, like animes themselves, they usually give you someone who's like the lowest of the low, worst of the worst, is very troubled, having a hard time, da, 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 da. So they really would have no reason to ever want to go back.
yeah. They don't really have any ties to the other world.
No, not only do they not have any ties, but whatever things that they do have there are just either bad or depressing.
Yeah,
So why would they want to make, you know, have a yearning to go back to it? They just use what they've had, what's happened, as an opportunity to go, oh, let's just go back and do, you know, let's actually start fresh, and now I can be who I want to be or do what I want to do.
yeah. I guess I'm what maybe growing out of that whole situation because it's like, well, if you have like a family man who owns his own company and all that kind of stuff, and then just isekai him away, and he's like, my employees and my family, I must get back to them. And he's like, I don't care about this new world. Like I got stuff back there.
Yeah.
So it makes like, yeah, I guess it's more me. Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not for everyone, and I find myself a lot of times, especially recently, like I'll still enjoy a good isekai that has, you know, a very decent premise and background story involved with it and very good characters. But I find that pure fantasy where you have somebody who's born in that world and is just like does what he does or is as strong as he is because he was trained that way or he earned that ability or power. Like I find those to be more appealing to me than I do for a vast majority of the isekais. Not to say there still aren't some good ones out there, because there definitely are. Jobless Reincarnation, definitely, that one's a hugely good one. Um,
yes,
Especially if, I don't know, you probably haven't, but recent episodes of that have been superb.
ah,
Um, But there have been other ones too, like Log Horizon is definitely another one where I consider, because it's a character who's very much utilizes his own intelligence and his own thought process. And I think just like in saying, like in this one, for the realist hero, he's real. Like his the way he comes up with things and the way he thinks about things is understandable, and you see where his thought process comes from. It's not like he's Sherlocking things and just being able to be like, "Oh, I know because of da 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 da." Da." It's like, no, no, no. He has previous knowledge from history and what things have done to be able to go, "Okay, we need to take care of this other kingdom, but we need to handle it in such a way that we're not going to make permanent enemies of this other kingdom. We need to basically take over, but in a way that will actually garner peace more than anything else."
mhm,
And I'm like, yeah, see, that's a person who understands their history. That's a person who has seen things like Alexander the Great, Napoleon, like all these other, like, you know, monarchs and stuff like that, because essentially that's what he is. If he's a king, it's a monarchy or whatever, you know what I mean? So he understands this is the plight of monarchs. This is the reason why monarchies don't do well, because they start stretching themselves out more and absorbing other kingdoms or whatever, but who's to say if you take a kingdom by force that they'll actually be wanting to join you? Typically, they're not.
Yeah, it's kind of like for everything to be in harmony, like everybody has to be like on board.
Hmm.
And it's like, yeah, the original group may be on board, but like the secondary group is like kind of on board. And then
Hmm.
like the third group, they talk to the secondary group and they're like, hey, we're not really fully happy. And they're like, we're definitely not happy. And then like two-thirds of your people aren't happy and it falls
Well,
apart.
that's the same thing that he had to do when he first got on there. Like he actually got rid of the vast majority of staff that the previous king had with him. And the
Mhm.
reason for that is he knew he was going to enact a lot of changes, and he needed to have somebody who was with him who would be more agreeable to these changes, because obviously, because of the way the kingdom was before he got there and how disarray it was, he knew that those in the king's current inner circle were probably benefiting from that more than anything else. So why would
Yeah,
they want to enact the changes? Why would they want to push things like that? No, they're not going to want to do that because they don't see the long-term effects. They just think about the here and now and the money that they're getting and the wealth and the power that they hold or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but you're not understanding the fact that you're causing your whole kingdom to go bankrupt, and you're also causing your people to suffer because of malnutrition and not getting enough food and not being able to support themselves and not being able to da, 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 da. So looking at that, he's like, no, you need to go because I need to bring people in here who have been through all that and who understand that what I'm trying to do. So that way they'll be more forceful even when I'm not around to like force it to happen, and they'll do what I want them to do because it's for the betterment of all.
yeah. Um, Kind of going back to like the isekai thing. When isekai first came out, did you think of that as like a subgenre of fantasy, or did you think of that as like a whole new like
No,
genre?
I thought it was a sub genre of fantasy.
Because a lot of times they basically travel to a fantasy world. There
They
hasn't
do.
really been there hasn't really been like another type of isekai where they like transform
There
like
is
teleport to
an
like space or something.
There is an interesting one that we are actually going to get to eventually that I will bring out as far as the reason why I picked it as far as a fantasy goes. Because it
Okay.
is an isekai, but it's an isekai done in a slightly different way.
Okay.
Um, but I've always thought of isekais even from as far back as, Sword Art Online and everything like that. I've always thought of them as just a subgenre of fantasy because irregardless whether you're in the fantasy world to begin with or you're going to the fantasy world, for the most part, the anime itself is usually in that world.
Yeah.
Like, and then you see things like magic and monsters and races that you would never think of. It's the same thing like with oh god, what is that one where the army goes to another world?
Eight?
You know what I'm talking? Yeah, Gate.
Yeah.
I consider that isekai
Yeah.
because they're being transported to another world. But I also consider that fantasy, even though they have tanks and they bring a lot of our elements into this world, because there's still dragons, there are still elves, there's still magic, like all these things exist. So why would it not be fantasy?
Yeah. I'm I'm kind of like I guess we've had this show like towards the beginning of the isekai subgenre like starting,
Hmm.
and when it originally started there was always an element of like trying to go back home, and like there was an effort towards it, and then
Hmm.
now years later I
Well,
don't really see any
I think
effort
it was
like
because that was what people thought that you would want, and the very first isekai I believe that came out really as far as it's like hit huge in popularity when the height of it started was Sword Art. And
yeah.
Sword Art, it wasn't isekai because they were transported to another world, but it was a world of a video game. Like
Yeah.
they literally everyone even from the beginning wanted to get out, but that was the biggest thing about it is you couldn't get out. The only way people could leave the game is if it was completed 100%.
Weren't so now that I think about it, all of the beginning isekais were games.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't until later that they started doing where people died, or because I don't think that they thought that that would go over well, probably.
Yeah.
Because I mean, come on, especially with the way that the society is as a whole had started off with, where you had kids eating Tide Pods or whatever. You don't think that there'd be somebody who'd be like, "I'm gonna go isekai myself to another world" and just do something like that?
Hmm.
I think there was probably a concern, at least initially, that that would be a thing. So
Okay. Now that I'm like thinking about it and like how the first ones are games and now it's kind of evolved to like someone with like not really anything to look forward to in their current
yeah,
world getting transported over, and then
yeah,
like the strong, like a strong aspect of these new isekai shows are there's a huge element of like somehow you have to be bestowed with this power,
yeah,
and it's usually given to you by the person who brought you into the world, and like you can't really do a fantasy with that situation unless they came from somewhere else.
yeah.
So okay.
Well, well, I will say like a fantasy, because you could do where someone was from like another world and it was a fantasy-ish world, but maybe not to a full extent of what you would normally typically think of as that, like that.
Mhm.
And then they get reborn into another fantasy world. And I would still consider that isekai and also fantasy.
Okay. So it's
Now
more
you're
like
just you're just taking the premise of the fact that in isekais people typically, especially nowadays, have to quote unquote die for them to be reborn or reincarnated into another world sort of situation.
okay.
So I think there was even a short clip I remember seeing about that somebody did that was the many ways of isekaiing into another world, and
Mhm.
they showed like a progression amongst the ages of how it came to be, or what happened as far as that goes.
Okay.
Quite interesting because yeah, in the beginning it really was just like, video game transportation, sort of just being like
Yeah,
in
just
being
constantly getting trapped in video
your
games.
input your mental psyche inside of a video game, and then it evolved into like finding portals or dimension doors or stuff like that that would lead you into it, to then being
That's right.
killed, and either being resurrected as you were inside of another world, or being completely reborn either as
Yeah.
a infantile version of yourself or as a completely different version of yourself that's no longer even human.
And then being summoned
Hmm.
like some kind of
Yeah.
magical. Ah, that's cool. I'd like to see
I
that
mean,
video.
there's a lot of different variations when it comes to isekais, I'd say, as far as how they do it. But I mean, it's definitely progressed as far as that goes. But I think mentally, I want to say that like, you can't just keep thinking, someone's going to be like, "Oh, I want to get back. I want to get back. I want to get back." Yeah, there will be at least a small portion that are like that, but you got to figure: is there a reason that they're wanting to get back? Is there a reason they feel like they should? Or you have things like No Game, No Life. They were two neat kids who didn't enjoy their world at all, who, when asked if they liked their world, basically said that their world was a shitty video game and didn't, give them any sort of, it was they were bored with it essentially.
Mhm.
So when given the option, then they're like, "Well, let's bring you to my world then." And they're like, "Oh, this is way better. Why would we even want to go back?" No, I mean that was even the first episode what the guy said. He's like, "You know how in most of those stories you have where people get transported into another world, why would you want to go back?"
Yeah,
So,
interesting how this genre has evolved.
oh, it's true. It's
Uh,
very much does.
yeah, I'd like to see that video because I'm like I forget some of the steps like from how it began till now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The next we're going to be talking about is Genso Sangoshi Tengen Rikishi, or uh, Fantasia Sango. That's
So I already knew right away you were going to gloss this one over because it has no trailer.
yeah.
Not even trying on this one. I was just like, oh nope, no trailer on this one. He's definitely not going to watch this one. Um,
It was
so
like I
this
may start it, but
is
I go pick it for the show.
this is done by Geek Toys,
What?
who did Plunderer,
Okay.
Data Bullet, and that's pretty much
Oh,
what I can remember from
yeah.
them.
Started in 2018. Interesting.
So, story of this one is
Oh, they jumped into Day Day Live.
yeah.
I need to get back to that.
So the story of this one is the story is set in ancient China during the Three Kingdoms era, when various powerful warlords began maneuvering to conquer the known realms. After it was wiped out in an unforeseen circumstances, the sixth unit has been reassembled with members from diverse troubled pasts. The leader and seal practitioner Oki, the spirit purifier Shinku, Taken, and the demon slayer Shure. That's it.
Oh,
That's
I
it. That's
was
all it
like,
is.
I was like,
I feel
and
like in the same realm that we were talking about partly in like the Shakespeare thing, um it seems like this is kind of a story based upon maybe something from another story, another older lore or something like that. But either way, I think that having seen what these guys did for Plunder, and the characters themselves sound like they're going to be like, it's not going to be so much a point of they have to go do something. It's more of a point of finding out the backstories and seeing the relationships between the characters themselves develop, I think, is what the point of this is going to be. This is also based upon the video game. So we all know, just as we said before, that's going to kind of give it a little bit of a demerit as far as expectations go, because there have been a few, I will admit, there have been a few that even their source material being from video games, I've come across and went, you know what, that's not bad. But
yeah,
for the most part, most of those have been pretty bland. Like, it's not
yeah,
necessarily saying that any of the ones, I mean, anyone else watching out there, it's not to say that any of these, if you're a fan of the video games, I totally get it. But it's not to say that the video game animes are bad. It's to say that, typically speaking, because their characters in video games aren't usually as fleshed out, or they're fleshed out through the story, they don't usually have a great deal of character development in the animes, because most times animes focus more on the stories than they do on the actual characters. So if you don't have a great story, but you have great characters in a video game and you try to move that into an anime, now they're trying to make a great story out of no story or hardly any story, and they really don't develop the characters as much as what you would normally find and so it doesn't really translate over very well most times.
yes. I don't know why I was choked air, but um, yeah, I would say usually the protagonist is like a vessel for you.
Mhm.
So whenever you bring the protagonist over to another type of media, whether it's a TV show, movie, or an animated series, you have to like flesh out the main character who doesn't really have much there
Mhm.
because you in the game are the one controlling them.
But most
And
times the characters around you are where you flesh out the actual, like, the character development in video games, I feel like, is more intensely done as opposed to story development in video games, because most times they're going to want you to empathize with characters or feel that characters themselves, whereas the story could be anything. It's just like, oh, you have to go defeat a monster, it's what, or defeat a boss, or defeat this da 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 da, when it comes to like RPG games like this. You know, they're like, oh, here's your big boss. Here's the steps you're going to take to get there. But along the way, you're going to meet this person and this person and this person and this person. You gain, you know, even though your character is very bland as far as that goes, it focuses more on that. Whereas with an anime, they're like, well, people like to hear the story. People like to hear, you know, what it is that we're doing, and they like the focus to be on that, and they like to, you know, do more with it or whatever. Now there are some deviations with that, as we all know, just because of like animes like I always forget the name of the goddamn fantasy anime, but the one with Aqua in it.
Oh, Konosuba.
Konosuba. Where Konosuba takes instances where they're focused more on the characters.
Yes.
But how often in a fantasy genre do you come across that? It's not as often as most people would think, I think.
No,
Like for the
because
most part, it's usually the characters are secondary thought and the story is the primary thought.
yes, yes, and yeah, with video games and with visual novels, the story is a tree, and the characters are like secondary to that. And in order to tell a linear story, whether it's a movie or a TV series or an anime, you have to shrink that tree down to like one path, and you have to flesh out all the characters.
Yeah.
And that's usually where the problems lie.
Yeah. It's
And how
you just have such a blasé, you know, it cuts so much of it out. It just doesn't flesh it out as well as it should. Like you get so much more in a video game than you would in the anime in that regards. But that's just the point of it. You know, it's not your interactions are what makes it what it is.
yeah, it's like you have like a 200 hour Final Fantasy game or a 1.5 hour movie and a 4 hour anime, and it's like
Yeah.
it's a lot of stuff to squish down.
It is.
Yeah.
But, you know, the focus doesn't always go the same way. So that's the only reason why I say when it comes to video game animes, it's usually very blasé. It's very blasé because they're trying to make something more out of what is not always there, and then their focus isn't the same as what you would happen to have in sort of a video game or even light novel situation. So again, this might end up not being a problem if, say, for instance, if we had more than just the 12 to 13 episodes that we typically have in a one season anime. If you were to take the video game and make it into a 50 episode anime, you would probably have more progression, more details, more, you know, it would feel better. It would feel more natural. It would flow better, and you would have more of that character details that you get, the character interactions. And I feel like there's a prime example. I mean, well, I would say, I don't know. Well, no, it wasn't based upon a video game, but like so, like for instance, when you have the flow of it going right, I would say, for instance, in a fantasy setting at least, would be like Shield Hero because the characters are developed, the story is developed, you're flowing along with it, and everything feels natural. But how many episodes did we have to have for that to take place? And we're getting another season now, so it's like obviously the story is progressing, but they're focusing the characters and you're getting the feel for each one of them. So that way, if anything happens to these characters along the storyline path, we feel it. And it's more heartfelt in that regards. Whereas with video games, you're just playing the game and your connection's there from that. So that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It's I don't want to bog it down, but that's where I feel like that's the issue. So
Yeah,
I'll see
that's the
what
issue
this one
I have.
does. I'll see what this one does. Hopefully, I always am willing to give it a chance. At least I'm always willing to at least go. All right, let's see what happens. But I always go into it with the expectation of my expectations are lowered because of it.
Yeah, yeah. This could be a short linear game, and they could just do play by play and
Yeah.
knock it out. So, yeah, we shall see. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Hakuzome Koban Chishi no Gyakushu.
Let me guess, because it's Madhouse.
Let's see. The English title is Police in a Pod. Okay. And why is this on my list? Where is it? There it is. A show about police that is not action-packed or filled with crazy, corrupt plots. So it's like slice of life
No,
comedy.
it's
police?
it's a comedy drama.
Yeah.
Which
I was saying that's
made,
why I'm.
Yeah, I know. I know that's why you're doing it, but that was the reason I looked at it. See, that was you went, oh, comedy drama. Sweet. Yeah, I gotta watch it. I went, oh, comedy drama. Next.
So, yeah. It is done by Madhouse.
Madhouse.
Yes, you just said that.
I don't
Wait, is this
think we need
Overlord
to
4?
I don't think we need to give anyone a play-by-play on Madhouse. If you haven't seen Madhouse's tremendous abilities in play, then you're missing out. Go watch them.
Yeah. I was just looking at the list and then I saw Overlord 4. And I'm like,
To be
another. They're working on another one.
I don't
Did
have
they?
my
Did they? I was like, did they finally do a season that was like okay? They need
No.
to just. They need to give this OP. They need to give this IP to somebody else.
They do.
Like, this is the only. This is the only.
I will.
This is the only show that they've done more than one core, and like
Yep.
every single second core has been like mediocre. And it's like Madhouse, stop.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they didn't, and they need to so badly. They need to give it to somebody else, and I feel like that's the same thing with a bunch of other things that they have under their plate or whatever. I'm like, can you just if you're not doing anything with them, give them to somebody else, please,
Yeah.
because there are so many series. Speak of which, No Game No Life, that I want to see a second season to.
High School
But if
Music.
the way you guys are and the way you guys do it, I'm almost afraid of you doing it. Actually, they did do a second season for Mahoko Kokono Retuse. It's in their 2014. Not only did they do a second season, but they did a spinoff too, which I meant to watch. I really did.
Okay. It was right. It's right next to No Game No Life.
Yes.
Okay. Was the second season good?
I feel like I meant to watch it. I just don't remember watching it.
Okay.
But I don't think they did. I don't think they did the second season actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I remember there is a second season. I don't think they did the second season.
Yeah, that's what they normally do. They just
sequels.
they're just
Yes.
like,
So here's the sequel. Who did the sequel? 8-bit. Yep, they didn't do it.
yeah. So what they do is they like just knock the first one out of the park, Jay. Boom, home run. And then they set up a little tee and then they put the ball there and then they let some other studio come and try to hit a home run. And with Overlord, they're just like, hold on. I got this one. They're like, no, Madhouse, stop.
Stop it.
Overlord's had enough.
Give it to somebody else, please.
Let's share it with somebody else. Quit hogging it.
Which is funny too, because then things like it's like they hit or miss either way they do, because then they do like they did One Punch Man. They're like, oh, we'll set it up for somebody else, and like, no, Madhouse, no, keep it, or choose a freaking better batter.
I think that they like grand slammed One Punch Man, and it's like I don't think anybody else, like not even them, can like do a second. They should have just left it alone. Like honestly, just put it on the shelf and be like, "This will never be touched again."
Yeah,
Sorry.
honestly.
Like, sorry, we did too good.
Honestly, yeah. No, you're completely right about that. I think that's probably the way it is. That is definitely the way I think it is, because it never needed to be any further.
All right, so Hanzo synopsis goes: female police officer Kawai had enough of a career. Uh, she wasn't even
Why did they
what?
name her that? Why did they name her that? It's literally one letter away from kawaii.
Yeah. um,
You have to name your female
this
police officer that. All right,
this
keep going.
this sentence messed my head up. Female police officer Kawai had enough of a career she wasn't even that into and was about to hand in her registration when the unthinkable happened. She met a new female director of her station. That is the longest sentence.
So here's how that should have gone, right? Here's how that's.
Please, because I can't.
So, female police officer, Kawai, had enough of a career she wasn't even that into, and was about to hand in her resignation, not registration. She was about to quit when the unthinkable happened. She met the new female director of her station. Like, there's a spelling error, there's punctuations errors, there's all sorts of errors in that whole thing.
Wrong word.
Wrong word, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay. They said the same thing twice. She had enough of her career and she was about to resign.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
After spending a little time with this gorgeous role model, Kawai realizes that maybe she isn't quite done being an officer after all.
So literally, they could have gone. Female police officer Kawai had enough of a career she wasn't even into.
Yep.
But when or she wasn't even into, then the unthinkable happened. That's what it should have been. That's what the sentence should have been. Cut the whole thing from end to their registration, which is that is the word that it should have been resignation, but they put registration.
Yeah, and it's like we bring this up like every time that we like stumble across a synopsis, and I'll be the first person to admit I am a terrible writer. I cannot write. I every video I make is off the cuff, offhand because I cannot write scripts. But that's because I keep going over and over and over what I'm writing to try to make sure it flows. And then when I do read it, I get super like self-conscious and I just can't pull it off. So I have my own problems with writing. But I just have to, I'm like, if I can't read something that somebody else wrote, I'm like,
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I actually do enjoy writing, and I actually have been able to do writing, and I actually do have actually gone through and reread and redone certain things I've done, but I still get it to a point where I'm satisfied with and I move on. But this, I'm like, did anyone even read the sentence that they wrote after they did it, or they just like, nope, it's good, let's do it?
And it's
Because I
like
don't
they
think
have
they
a
did.
yeah, cause I'm like the source is from Kodansha USA. And I'm like, I don't like was this translated? I think Kodansha is a Japanese magazine.
It might be, and that
So
might be
I'm
where it
like,
comes from, because sentence
so
structure isn't the same from English to Japanese.
yeah, so I'm like, they just took the paragraph, put it in Google Translate, and then copy paste. Because I'm
Probably,
like, I'm like,
probably.
I'm like,
But see, the other thing is that a lot of the other ones aren't nearly that bad. They can actually be read, at
yeah.
least.
And it's like
So,
even for the graphic for this show, I just copied and pasted it. I'm like, yeah, I get the whole copy and paste thing, but I'm like, that sentence hurt. I'm like, I don't know it. I'm like,
oh,
so
it did.
I'm
It
like,
did hurt.
I'm like, it's not me. I'm like, there's something's up. I got to figure out what it is. But yeah, so yeah, so we have an officer who is about to quit. She's been kind of fed up, and then a new female police officer joins, and it looks like she like gets passion back into her job. So looks like it's going to be a comedy. Just from the picture, I'm like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, there's a monkey-headed guy in the bottom two corners. I'm like, the dog's next to some alcohol, some sake. I'm like, yeah, it looks like there's gonna be some police pursuits like this. Yeah. And that's sorry, that's the picture from Annie Chart. This original picture that we have on the show is not at all that.
No, not all that. That ain't even close. Is that even the same one? What the hell?
Yeah. So I think a lot of times they'll either find like the manga cover to put there before like the anime's promotional picture pops up.
Wait, is that okay? Okay, I at least see the dude with the curly hair, the afro.
Yeah,
I see that, and I think I see the green-haired girl. Is the purple-haired one the main one? Is that the one? I just can't see her hair.
Yeah.
And then I don't see the guy with the red hair.
Yeah, I don't see him in the picture either. Maybe it's the dude in the helmet.
Maybe. Wait, his nose is very. Okay, yeah, that might be him. He's got a very bulbous nose. Anyways.
Yeah. So yeah, the picture on Annie Chart right now
is more on the lines of
there's a lot of stuff going on with it. So I'm curious
and it
to
actually
see.
shows police. Like the one on you have on there doesn't even show like.
No, it looks like a college anime.
Yeah, this is like a slice of life. Like I would think that the four around the girl in the center, the four around them were all in college or whatever, and then the one that's the teacher in the center or something. That's what I would think.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, police comedy. We shall see if it's any good. Yeah, I think the last time I watched a show with like female police officers was like there's one that has like multiple seasons, and I have it on that on my shelf somewhere. I feel like it starts with a Y or something, but it's like two female cops like just taking down the world. It's
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. So that one kind of reminded me of this one kind of reminded me of that one. So I'm like, let's see. All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Karakai Jozu. No. Why did I click that? Takagi-san 3.
Did you even watch the other two?
I watched the first episode of the first one, and I'm like, this show's cute. And then I put the show. I will forever put this show on the list because I'm like, this show is cute. Every trailer I watch is cute, and like I don't even know if I'm gonna watch the first episode of this one. I may go back to the first season, but every time the trailer pops out, I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna put it on the show because it's cute. And the trailer. Oh, why did I put this? There's something about the trailer this time. It looks like it has gotten serious. I really want to watch this. It looks so cute.
You know, there's a mutual friend of ours that we have that I talked with recently, and I was mentioning about a game series, and I forgot that he'd only played the first one. This is like the fourth one in the series or whatever, and he's like, "No, I refuse to play the other game or the next one or the most latest one until I play the other ones." Because I want to make sure I understand each and every reference and everything that they're saying about it, because I don't want to miss anything. And then it's funny because then you come out here going, "Oh, this is like the fourth or fifth season. I watched the first episode for it." And I'm like, "But you're not understanding it." You're like, it's fine.
Look at it. It's cute. That's all I need. There's no big overarching plots except for maybe their relationship. But other than that, like she just teases him and it's cute.
But see, this is not the necessary point of it. It's just more like the overarching. This is always your thought process when it comes to sequels.
Yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Again. Yeah, I watched one episode.
I'm like, hey, that cute one's back. That's all I got to say.
Or like with Natsume, you'll do, 6th or 7th season. You're like, I'll watch the first episode.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, you're gonna know nothing about it.
Yep. I was like, there was this girl, and then they did something with a well, and then like something else, and you're like, yeah, she's actually important to the story. And I'm like, oh, well, in the episode I saw, she did this, and that's it.
Oh my goodness! Just my goodness. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness.
And it's like, my backlog is gigantic. And it's like, I think I'm coming to the realization, like post-pandemic, I'm like, the pandemic is supposed to be the time where you're like, hey, the world fell apart. Guess I'll catch up on my backlog. Me, I'm like, nope. Still can't do it.
I think at that point you have to be honest with yourself when you're like, hey, the world is literally in a state of abstract terror, and you're not even supposed to like leave your house and everything, and just like, if I can't finish at least one on my backlog during this time, there's no hope. There's just no hope. It ain't happening. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah.
Like, you get the prime, you get like the most ideal circumstances and conditions, and like the best excuse in the freaking world to be able to do something like that, and you're like, yeah, no.
Didn't have enough time.
Didn't have.
Yeah.
That's when you know you got too much on your plate, my man. It's when you know you got too much on your plate.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do is just lean into it. I'm like, yep, I'm gonna watch the first episode. And I'm like, that's cute. And I'm gonna watch first episode. That's also cute. I'm gonna watch first episode. And then eventually, like,
oh, geez.
I'll sample everything. And yeah. So this is a cute show. Watch it.
just the first episode.
Yeah. Next show we're gonna be talking about is Kenja no Denshi wo Nanaru Kenja, or She Professed Herself Pupil of the Wise Man.
So, this fund was from me. I don't think you had this one there. Nope. No, you did not.
Okay.
This one was from me, and this one is done by Studio ACAT, which has done Dete 5 Bio de Battle, otherwise known as the 5-second battle.
Oh, okay.
That is literally the only other one I see on here that I even remotely recognize, and I didn't even finish that one. Not because it wasn't good, it just wasn't one I was overly interested in at the time. But it did have some good stories or characters.
They did Frame Arms Girl? I remember bringing that one up.
Oh. It was
like always, I only watched the first episode, but
it was the movie. It wasn't the actual anime, though.
Oh,
wait, no, they did the anime. Okay, no, you're right. They did the anime. It was
earlier. I think I saw both of them. I think when Frame Arms Girl came out, I looked at on High Dive before they were actually High Dive.
Mm-hmm.
They actually had the original and this one because the OVA was 2015, and then the series came out, and I watched them both. and I liked the OVA better because it had this like older anime kind of style, and like it wasn't framed like it needed to get stuff done in 30 minutes. It was just like, here's our story, and it played out nicely. And then then I watched the first episode of the show, and they're like, all right, we do a little bit of something, then we do an intro, then we do some more stuff, and then we hook you, and then we end the episode. And I'm like, it just felt like constrained. But yeah, I did like that show too. So for this one, for them to do fantasy, I'm like, it's completely. I have no frame of reference for this show.
So, synopsis for this one is going by the name Dunbolf. He's known across the land of this virtual world, but one night before bed, Kagami uses an in game vanity case that's about to expire, opting to create his ideal version of a female Dunbolf avatar for fun. Waking up, he's surprised to find that he's now in the body of the avatar he created the night before, and he'll have to work his way from the bottom up. So he's a young dude playing an old dude who is now playing a young girl who is still that old dude.
Wait, is this an isekai?
Yes.
And then they inception the character?
It is an isekai because he's stuck inside the game.
So classic isekai.
So waking up, he's surprised to find that he's now in the body of the avatar he created the night before. So he had created an avatar and had been known
Old guy.
for of an old guy. So he was a young guy who created an old guy who created a name for himself. Then he then took that and made a female version of a young version of his character, I guess. And then ends up waking up in that female version. But I'm guessing because he says he's an old guy and the young girl, or he's an old guy still, he might still have like the voice or the mannerisms of like the old
Yeah,
guy, but now inside the young girl's body.
weird. I gotta see how this plays out because I'm like,
See, that's why I was like, I said before, if you're gonna do an isekai, you better do something interesting or something weird or something like that that I could be like, oh, that's different. And I'm like looking at that going, oh, that's really different. All right, yeah. I kind of want to see where that's gonna go.
yeah,
So yeah,
cool. Interesting, interesting
indeed.
situation. All right. Let's see. We are at 2 hours and we are halfway. Did you want to take a break, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. We will be back in a second. I'm gonna grab me a drink and
So you move it just a little further away too.
And we're back. The next show we're going to talk about is Karashi Ai. Wait a minute.
It's on yours, buddy.
That's the wrong picture.
That is the wrong picture.
Wait a minute. And what's the next one? No, okay. Just this one messed up. Okay. I was like, did everything get shifted by one? No. Desktop. List. Picture. Browse. Download. Why are you pointed at a 64-bit folder? What are you doing? There you go. Oh, this is actually kind of quick to do. Maybe whenever I'm like, well, the picture on Andy chart, and I can just pull it in. There we go.
That works.
Fixed. Karashi Ai. This show is done by Platinum Vision, which they did Kaibo Ramune, they did Kono Ototomare, okay. They did Devil's Line, which I don't think I watched. They did Sayuki Reload and Servant. I have not really watched anything that they've done.
Nope.
Huh.
I have not particularly liked anything they've done. Because I tried watching Sir Vamp. And I tried watching Sayuki Reload Blast. And I tried watching Kaibyo Ramen.
Yep.
None of them which I really cared for.
Huh. Well, that doesn't bode well for this show.
Nope.
But,
which is why it's not on my list.
Oh, no. My notes say, crime drama. I never finished these, but I'm always interested.
I have a feeling you're not going to finish this one.
Okay. Well, the synopsis is, two assassins face off. The cool bounty hunter Chateau and the mysterious, powerful Ryangha. Chateau and oh god, these names are hard to say. Chateau and Ryangha become enemies after this fight. They weren't enemies before the fight? At least they should have. But for some reason, Ryangha takes a liking to Chateau and begins following her around. Okay. Little by little, Chateau develops a cooperative relationship with Ryangha, and which gets her caught up in a struggle against the organizations hunting him down. Furthermore, that battle is related to her past as well. Two mismatched assassins weaves together a twisted assassin ex-assassin thriller. The strange gears of fate begin to move. The first episode had an early premiere at Anime New York City, 2021.
Probably because it got delayed.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Cool. I think back like 50 years ago when I used to go to anime conventions, I think there was one series that actually we actually got to see it was that space one. That like 6 episodes space anime. I can't remember the name of it. But I think they did a world premiere at the
You're horrible with that, by the way. The space one. All right, that takes about maybe 30 30,000 or so.
um, yeah, I can't. It was like what 8 years ago, like 06, 07 that I saw it. But yeah, it's interesting whenever they do like early premieres.
Wait, 06, 07. That's not 8 years ago.
18? No, no.
15 would be for 06. 15 years ago. Your timing is a little off there, my friend. It's been a
This is
while since you've been to a convention. May not
actually,
seem like it, but it's been a while.
I think the last one I went to was like 09. Has it
Mm-hmm.
really been 12 freaking years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. It's been a while.
I feel I bet I'll feel completely out of place going in there. Because like I go there and I'm like, I walk around the dealer room and then I go and sit and watch anime. And then that's it. And I go to some panels. It's like the whole
Nothing wrong with that.
mingling and stuff. I'm like, I got a schedule. I'm like, I want to see this panel at 3. I want to see this panel at 4. So that means that once this one's out, I got to go grab a slice of pizza and then run over to this one.
Nothing wrong with that.
Now we go to the video rooms from like 7 to 10. Ray Ray's tired at like 1 p.m. from all the walk-ins, so she's up in the room watching TV, like watching Disney Channel.
But see, everyone goes to those things for different reasons. I mean, everyone has different points for doing it. Some people want to communicate with other people who are, of like mind, and some people just want to go and visit all the places that they want to go to or see all the things they want to see. Hear all the lectures or hear all the points of what people do, the reasons why they do them.
Yeah, there was actually one where one of the directors of one of the episodes of Cowboy Bebop, he was like a return visitor. I think it was
Mm-hmm.
Anime Fest, one that we used to go to. Every now and then I'll wear like an Anime Fest shirt. And when we went there, I actually asked a question, and it was like I think it was talking about the music, because back then I was really into music. I haven't listened to music in so long, but the music for anime was like before there was anime music. Like back in the 90s, there was like music that was like distinctly anime music.
Yeah.
And then once like J-pop started becoming like a bigger thing, they started using like music from the actual Japanese music industry in the intros and all that kind of stuff. And I asked them like why like how does a show get the song before the album comes out? And he was like, it's a business question. I was like, I was like, that was an interesting answer, because it was like something that he couldn't really like get into. But I don't know. It seemed like it was a question that he was not normally get.
Well, probably because it's a huge process, but not a lot of people think about the behind the scenes. They're only curious about what they see.
Yeah. So that was very interesting. Man, I missed him. I don't know. I think I would get the same thing out of like if all the booths had like an online shop, and then if they streamed all of the panels. I feel like that's basically because as far as like watching all the shows, before you would have to go to like the that one movie store in the mall that had anime, or you'd go to Best Buy or something, or now Fry's is closed, but like you had to go to retail and like you would get the anime there. I think this all was before streaming, like
Fry's
the very early. Oh yeah, Fresh shut down earlier this year or last year.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So I used to get all my stuff there, and then now I'm starting to get it from the distributor. So like Funimation, Sentai
Mhm.
Filmworks, and stuff like that. So I feel like I would get the same experience that I used to get if we could. That'd be really cool if you could co-stream like the the conventions,
Mhm.
like the panels. I mean, if you could like co-stream them or something. Maybe not co-stream them. Like, if they at least just stream them, then we could
Mhm.
have like our own little like TacoYaki anime fest. And we can, I don't know, that'd be cool. But
Anyways, going way off topic here.
yeah, we've been doing that a lot this episode. So yeah, this early premiere at the anime convention, and it is a cop show, which I know I'm gonna stick around with. It's from a studio who we've never finished the series from.
It's not even really a cop show, though. It's actually about two assassins.
Oh, okay, yeah. For some reason, I just see a gun and I'm like, cops. Um,
Oh,
so,
that's just such a wrong impression to have.
um,
I think I could count on one hand the number of actual cop shows that there are. I think they have more bounty hunter shows than they do cop shows.
yeah,
Anyways, go
yeah.
ahead.
Um, yeah, so this show will be started, and I can almost guarantee that it won't be finished unless it turns into some like assassin romance, because that's what it seems like it's leaning towards.
Maybe.
Right, but we shall see. All right. The next. Oh, I got to turn off that image. Where did I put it? Yeah, there we go. Oh, now I have a new. Sorry. I have a new slot that I can always update that. The next show we're going to be talking about is Leade no Daichi Nite, or In the Land of Lido. Leade.
So this one was from me. This is done by Maho Films, which have done I think I've actually watched just about everything Maho's come out with.
Okay.
Other than
Oh, yeah.
the Yukonaro Mug Cup mo Nibangama, that is literally the only one that I have not watched from them.
It looks like it would be a short.
Yeah, and that might be why I didn't watch it. Anyways, yes, all the other ones I have watched. I have generally good feelings about them. The one from 2019 and the Slime one from
Oh,
2020,
I
I thought
recognize
were
those pigtails.
particularly good, and the other one, 100 Man, is okay. But I feel like they're very good about characterization and development as far as that goes, and a lot of their shows so far. So where this one is heading, I think is probably in a good place too. Um, this is also another isekai. But so this one says, the synopsis for this one is, after being put on life support after a tragic accident, Kiana Kagami's only freedom comes from a VR MMO RPG, Leodale. One day, her life support system shuts off, and Kiana passes away. When she wakes up, she finds herself in Leodale 200 years in the future. As the high elf, Kiana, with lost skills but incredible stats, she must forge relationships with the residents of this new world, which shockingly include the children characters she designed herself. A leisurely adventure tale is about to begin, featuring a girl transported to a game world and the smiles and tears she shares with her quirky companions. I think you might actually get behind this one, honestly.
Yeah, I was like, this sounds good.
Yeah, I think you might actually get behind this one, just because it does have the aspect to it. But
It's
I
like
think the focus of it is not going to be any sort of um like questing or any sort of thing like that. I think the focus of it is going to be her trying to live her life in this world she finds herself in. Because obviously she's under the impression, see, there's an instance of this why she wouldn't want to go back to her otherwise, because she died. But even if she didn't, if that wasn't the case, she was on life support in her other form. So why would she continue in that regards? Here she can actually live a life, albeit, something crazy potentially, but she could still live a life. I almost want to say this is almost akin to I killed like what 100 slimes or something like that, and
yeah.
yeah. I almost kind of feel like this might be something in same aspect of it, but I think the relationships are going to be more of a focal point than it was in that one. So I think initially when we first looked at shows from this season, I think way back in like the first for the when normally when we take a sneak peek at shows or whatever, this was probably one of the ones other than the sequels that have come out for this season. This was probably one of the ones I was most excited about because
Okay.
I feel like this is going to be. I feel like this is going to be something good. I feel like this is going to be something good. So
I just noticed that there's something behind them.
what in the picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a blue beam to space.
Oh no, behind to the right.
Oh, like a creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't seem particularly worried about it, so I'm not sure if it's really a threat. And from the trailer, she definitely seems like she can handle herself. So,
Cool. Yeah.
anyways, yeah,
Check this out.
I think it's going to be good.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Orient.
Yes. I think this was another one of mine, wasn't it? Or did
Yeah.
you have this one too? Yep, this was another one of mine. Orient. I'm a little iffy on this one, but it's a fantasy one, so I'm going to check it. This one seems to be pure fantasy in regards to it. This one's done by ACGT, which I have never heard of them.
Yeah. Well, they worked on Accelerator.
Oh, they did. They also worked on the mom going to another world.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact name of that one, but I do know. Oh, and Freezing.
I liked Freedom.
Yeah, I liked Freezing pretty much. I mean, it wasn't. I didn't think it was anything extraordinary. Oh, they also worked on Kino.
Yeah, I was like, as soon as you're like, oh, I'm like, Kano. Wow, they've been around a while.
Yeah, since 2002,
Almost 20 years?
just about. I don't think they were like the lead on any of these, but I don't know.
Yeah. Got some initial D in there. Okay.
Yeah, not too bad. Synopsis for this one is: at the age of 10, best friends Musashi and Kojiro, yeah, sat in an excited silence as Kojiro's father spun tales of evil demons who preyed on the innocent and the warriors who defeated them. Practicing swordplay, the two swear an oath to become the strongest in the world. But as they grew up, Kojiro turns cynical, and Musashi comes to the realization that he can't overturn 150 years of demon rule on his own. He's being called a prodigy with a pickaxe, and he's almost ready to settle into the life of a laborer. Yet he can't shake the feeling that he still has a responsibility to act, and soon the injustices of his world will force his hand. So, interesting thought to process to me is usually in some fantasy realms and fantasy stories, it's the fact of like, oh, the world's peaceful and nice, but demons are threatening the peace of that. In this one, demons seem to have already won,
Okay.
and they are now in charge for a long time they've been in charge. 150 years, it seems like. And this is a person who, in his youth, thought, the whole grandiose, oh, I'm going to become the hero or whatever, but grew older and kind of was like, I mean, this is the way the world is. This is not anything I can do about it, so I'm just going to live my life, sort of situation.
Mm.
But sort of like seems to be the you know I guess sort of in the John Wickian sort of situation of like, hey, I'm just gonna want to live a quiet life and do my job, but something in the world's going to force him to not.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm interested. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to be anything exceptional,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm at least willing to give it a shot.
Um. What? There's another. There's an anime. It's old school anime. There's a samurai. He has a backwards blade, and
Oh, Roni Kenshin.
yes, isn't he kind of in the same situation? Like he used to fight,
So
and then now he wants to
the
live a
the
peaceful life.
the difference between that is that I don't necessarily see him. This character doesn't seem like he was a fighter. It just seems like he had the necessary knowledge and training. Rurouni Kenshin, he was a killer. He was an assassin.
Yeah.
Like he killed.
Okay.
And he eventually
So
got to the point where the reason why he had a backwards blade was because it was a way of him being like, I have a sword to defend myself with, but I don't kill.
hmm,
I'm done with the killing life.
yeah,
Whereas this guy is more like I don't think he's really been battle hardened or battle tested. It's like
yeah,
he trained and he's good with an axe. He's a prodigy with going to that, but there's no like actual usage in regards to that.
yeah. So Kenshin's more like John Wick,
Yeah.
like that kind of
Kenshin's definitely more of a John Wick situation.
thing. Yeah, yeah,
That is like this guy is more like he's just he wants to live the quiet life,
mhm,
but he can do some things,
yeah,
but he's not necessarily like have done them before. There should have been no reason why he would be put into that situation, but he gets put into it nonetheless.
yeah,
I guess if we're looking at it, it would be more of a Spider-Man thing. He has the power, he has the ability,
uh,
but it's his choice as to whether or not he wants to be. But because he didn't put forth the effort and the choice to use his power in a responsible manner, something happens to someone close to him or in regards to that that will now force his hand to be put into that situation.
yeah. Okay,
That's more of like it.
cool, cool, cool. All right, we shall see. The next show we're going to be talking about is Sabi Kui Disco.
Wait, what?
Sab, Sabi
I
Kui
thought
Disco.
there was two others that were going to come before this.
Oh God.
Because they were, well, at least one of them I know was on your list, and I was about to laugh at you for. Um,
Uh. Oh no. What
oh, one
happened?
of them was. One of them was. I just looked at your
Uh.
list again. The other one wasn't.
Uh. What happened? Okay. Well, I have it pulled up in here, so I'll just bring the picture over.
I mean, you
Okay.
have the right picture for Sabuko.
Yeah, but the next one's supposed to be Princess Connect, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's pull up my new little thing I just made. That's cool. Uh, I'll make it bigger. There you go. Princess Connect Redive, Season 2.
But you never finished season 1.
Did I not?
Nope.
I
can almost guarantee you that. Which is why I was gonna laugh at you going, "Oh look, you're going into season 2. Never finished season 1."
So my notes. I remember the show. I don't remember where I left off though.
Because you never finished it.
God, I feel like but oh well. I really like this show. Like I feel so. The reason why I feel like I finished this show is because there was this one. It may be the first, like the first 3 episodes that this happened, but there was some like the main girl that's in the picture, like somebody's there's two brothers that stole her sword, and like they tried to run off with it, but they were always in the background, and like she would always notice them and start chasing after them again. So like she would chase after them, she would lose them, and then she'd give up, and then they move on to the next city, and, and then she'd see the two guys again and chase after them again. I do know that the main guy, there's something wrong with him. I don't remember like what exact like. I think when they reincarnated him as like a baby or like a 4-year-old or something. He has like very basic behaviors and like doesn't do much, and like they always have to save him because he's always being eaten by a monster or something.
Okay, so April 7th, 2020. What season would that have been?
April would be spring.
Spring? Okay.
But I don't know the overarching story to it, so maybe I've only seen the first 3. But yeah.
Oh, wait. You don't have all your episodes up. I was like, I'm gonna go back and watch.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking. Because I swear this was one of those I know you said you watched, but didn't finish.
Yeah. So I know I watched more than the first episode, but I may have not watched more than 3.
I feel like that was the case. I want to say that was the case.
Yeah, because I like these characters. I like this show. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to season 1 and try to figure out where I was, and then I'm gonna watch both seasons because I like this show. But yeah. All right. What is the next show?
Now you should be correct on the.
Okay, how did this show this?
I don't know.
Okay. The next show we're gonna talk about is Sabikli Disco.
I think this one was mine, right?
No,
it was yours.
Really?
It's yours. It's yours, my friend.
It's yours. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture and I'm like, this looks intense. So, Sabikli Disco. My notes say giant mushrooms and giant crabs and hippos for some reason. Looks action packed. The character design is cool. So yeah, the studio is Studio Oz, and this is the only thing that they have on record.
That's not intimidating. That's not intimidating at all.
So we go in with no expectations. And the synopsis is the story is set in Japan that is ravaged by a plague-like rust and details the journey of the strongest mushroom hunter, Bisco Akaboshi, and young Dr. Milo Neko and their story for the legendary medicinal mushroom sabikli, believed to be the cure for the rest. Okay.
I don't know. To me, the premise seemed a little ridiculous. I mean, it's anime, so anime could be anything you want it to be, but
Yeah. When they say
it just
mushroom hunter, they say it like that's a normal thing.
yeah. Yeah, that's why I was just like, I don't even like mushrooms. In fact, I just disgusting, despise them. Um, so I was just like, why? Just why? Just a lot of why.
So for me, mushrooms the food. I'm like dice them up, and I'm good. Like
Wait. Hold on. Why? I gotta rewind that. Why? You mentioned hippos. You weren't kidding. There's a hippo with a Gatling gun on his back. Why? Did you see that?
That's why I mentioned. I don't
Did you?
remember the Gatling gun. I just remember like, oh, they're fighting.
No,
These...
there was hippos in the very beginning, and that's why I thought you were like, oh, there's hippos, because there's
Yeah.
hippos at a watering pool or whatever drinking water, and then next thing you know, at 1 minute 35 seconds into it, all of a sudden there's a hippo flying in the air with a Gatling gun on his back.
Um. A minute. What?
Minute 35.
35.
You could pause
Oh.
it on that, and there's a hippo with a freaking Gatling gun on his back.
No, I was mentioning the first hippos. Like, I
That's why.
probably said,
That's why I
yeah.
thought. And I'm like, wait, why is there hippos with a freaking Gatling gun? And then a giant freaking whale, I think, or is that a whale?
Yeah.
Know what that is?
Yeah, after like a couple things I mentioned, I'm like, I don't want to write like a paragraph of just random stuff I saw that didn't make sense. But yeah, so I'm like, this show is gonna be off the walls crazy,
It kind of is.
and I'm like, huh,
And there's a freaking octopus.
yeah,
Wait, is that an octopus with a gun in its mouth?
yeah. There was like two handfuls of random crazy things, and I'm like, I'm gonna just pick like three because
This hurts my head so bad. Anime, why you do this? Just, I feel like Dr. Malcolm and Jurassic Park. Your scientists were so concerned about whether or not you could, you never thought about whether or not you should. God, that just hurts in so many ways.
Yeah, so I'll let you know if they try to tie it all together for some like cohesive way.
Good luck. Good luck. That's all I gotta say about that. Good luck.
And then next episode, and I'm like, so magical rust is the reason, and other than that, it still doesn't make sense.
Fair enough.
The next show we're gonna be talking about is Sayuki Reload. Yay!
You've never, ever completed one of these.
Nope. And just like
How
just like
many of these are there? How many of these are there at this point?
I want to say there's like 5 seasons.
No, there's Sayuki Reload, there's Sayuki Reload Blast, and now there's Sayuki Reload Zero In. So
what about Sayuki?
This is
Isn't there
no,
just Sayuki?
I don't know if there's just Sayuki. So the source material is Sayuki Reload. The sequel is Sayuki Reload Blast. And wait, is there another Sayuki? It's been adapted. Sayuki Reload was adapted from Sayuki. Yeah, the prequel.
Yeah.
The prequel was Sayuki.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on with this one.
4, right?
There's 20 of them as far as I'm concerned.
Yes. And I am just gonna lean into it. I'm gonna watch the first episode and then that's it. because that is my track record. And maybe one day something will happen and I will watch all of it. But
I am not holding my breath.
no, please
Not
don't.
even a little.
No, nobody holds your breath, please. I can guarantee you that it probably won't be this one.
I am sure there are some you will eventually get to at some point. I am sure it's gonna happen.
And I'm like,
I just
they
don't think
keep
this is it.
making more of them, so I'm like, it has to be good. I'm like, they've made
I don't
like,
think this was an issue of you not wanting to watch it because you just didn't have the time. I think this was an issue of you didn't want to watch it because you didn't care for it.
and I don't want.
Like there have been legitimate ones you've been like, I want to watch this, but I just don't have the time for. I just don't think this was what it for this one.
And I'm not
Every
at the
time,
point where I want to give up yet.
every time you watched one of these episodes, you've always been like, eh.
I don't know. Sayuki, I can't quit you. I don't know why.
Way to Owen Wilson it. I ain't quitting you, even though I should. I ain't quitting you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an adaptation of the Even a Worm story arc. And I'm gonna watch the first episode and then I'm gonna watch the first episode of the next season. This show is done by Living Films, which they're making a new Digi Carrot. Wow, they got a lot of stuff lined up for 2022. They did Build Divide, which is a bad sign for me. They did Hataraku Saibo, which is great. Did you watch Hortensia Saga? They also got Picnic, which I wanted to watch.
The what saga?
Hortensia Saga 2021. Last one.
Oh, that one. Yes, I did watch that one. That was mediocre fantasy at best.
Okay. They did the Occult one. Living Films, I don't know. They did Hanebado. They did Killing Bite.
They've been slowly declining, I feel like.
Akashic Records.
Like you go far enough back and they have some good ones on their list. But
Like
they've been they've been dropping the ball
Schwarzschild
as of,
Markin.
as of late.
Yeah, we've talked about their shows a lot. Arslan Singh.
I will never forgive them for what they did to Berserk.
Oh, they're the ones who did Berserk?
They're the ones that did Berserk.
Oh no.
Yeah, they did the 3D animated Berserk, and I will never forgive them for that.
That's unfortunate.
Yep. It is.
Ayuda. That one was adorable. And they did send you. Okay.
Yeah, how far back was that? Exactly. 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 Like they had a good track record up to a certain point, and then they just there's a definite slow decline on Linden Films. There is a definite slow decline.
I don't want to believe it. They did some of the shows I remember.
Yeah, way back when. Way back when. Can you look at anything they have done in the past, what, 5 to 10 years that it was, I mean,
Hataraku Saibo?
I
Ouch.
God, and they
2020.
they did a
They got
freaking.
they got hit really hard in 2020, just like a lot of people.
What do you mean hit hard?
Like I don't think there was any show that we talked about in 2020 that they did.
No. And you know what? They did. Not only did they do a first season of Berserk in full CGI, they had a second season the year after. So they're a glutton for punishment. Like, either their shows have been okay or they've been bad. There's been no great ones, I feel like. Like literally in the past. When's the last great one that there was?
I think that Revengers was good. I hear a lot of people liking that one. I like the
Tokyo
first.
Avengers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's literally the only one that I could count as far as any of the ones that they've done since 2013. So literally almost basically 9 years of mediocrity to okay to just plain bad. Why the hell did you do this? I mean, we have terraformers for them to thank for them. What the hell? That show was beyond horrible. That's one of those where it's like, I don't know who did this, and I apologize to any y'all out there, the freaking manga creator or whatever, if it did have a manga, but goddamn, that was horrible. And the anime did no credit to you, I guarantee you.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. It was far terror for my eyes.
You could count more bad ones on their list than I think you could count really good ones.
I'm more of a half and half. Like
Terraformers, they have 3 freaking seasons of, or no, one of them was an OVA, and then the other one that was so 2 seasons and an OVA for. They're the ones who did Berserk not once but twice. What else did they do here?
so for me, I hold Terraformers definitely against them. Um, I'm like they definitely misstep with Berserk because they made a lot of people mad.
Yeah.
If I had seen the original, then I could be more on board and being like, "What have you done?" But I'm like, the one thing that they did is they kind of pushed me away from Berserk. Like
Hortensai Saga was mediocre at best. Satobe Last Dungeon was
that's what that. Yeah.
another mediocre at best.
Did you watch Seven Nights Revolution?
No.
Oh, excuse me.
No, I did not.
What is the name of Hataraku Saiba? I feel like we call it something else. Cells at Work. Yeah, Cells at
Yeah,
Work.
Cells at Work, which was again okay at best. Wasn't necessarily bad, but it wasn't great either. And then I think what is it? The Mugen no Junin Immortal was another one that I think was okay at best. Like most of
They
the
am
ones we
more
have
like
is
half and half, like half good, half okay, and then half terrible.
no. I go in a range of 3. You got bad, okay, and good to great kind of situation.
Mhm.
You either have good chunk of them are bad. You have a large chunk of them that are okay, and then you have a small percentage over here that were the good to great. But again, most of the ones that are good to great were their early ones. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. I really
Okay.
don't.
So yeah. They're falling out of favor.
We're, like Madhouse and the rest of them are like continually improving and growing. Lyndon's kind of like doing the opposite. I mean, I don't know who they have on their team that's causing this to happen, but they need to fix it.
Another series that I like the concept of. I don't think I've ever watched it. Is Did You Care It? And it's like I think I got all of them on DVD, and I haven't watched them yet. And every time I see it, I'm like, "Oh, Did You Care It?" Just because the characters are like cute looking, and I don't know if I'm gonna like the show, but it's been so many years of like, "Oh, that show," that I kind of don't want to watch it to like ruin my feelings of
I wouldn't.
it.
I wouldn't. I just say nope. I'm good. It's fine.
Because like I don't know who did the original, but Lytton Films is like lined up to like do the next one.
So you can expect a decline.
uh,
I mean,
Matt.
hell, at
Oh
least
no, it's Madhouse.
I'm about to say at least
Really?
Madhouse didn't give someone or didn't give Lyndon Film something, but I guess that's not the case.
Wow. Oh
Anyways,
my god. I'm sad. Okay.
we still have more to go through and a talk at the end, so let's keep going.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, we're gonna be here all night, and I don't want to do that.
All right. So yeah, Psyche Reload. I'm gonna watch the first episode and go from there.
And never go back to it.
The next show we're going to talk about is Shikakumon no Saikyo Kenja, the strongest sage with the weakest crest.
So this is, I think, the isekai I was kind of referring to, though I'm not sure necessarily isekai per se. Once I kind of read the synopsis over again, this is done by JC Staff, so no need to say anything. I think we've already covered JC Staff already.
They see stuff good. Yeah.
JC Staff, good. The
Index.
synopsis for this one is: his strength limited by the magical crest with which he was born. Matthias, the world's most powerful sage, decides reincarnation is necessary to become the strongest of all. Upon his rebirth as a young boy, Matthias is thrilled to discover he's been born with the optimal crest for magical combat on his first try. Unfortunately, the world he's been born into, okay, so it is a different world, has abysmal poor standards when it comes to magic, and everyone thinks he's still marked for failure. Now it's up to Matthias to prove everyone wrong, world's strongest sage style. I think that's interesting. So, in the world he was in, he was the strongest, but he had more potential because he actually had the weakest crest to signify his abilities, or I guess to amplify them or do something with them. So he uses an ability to reincarnate himself to be born again with a different crest, which he did, and he got reincarnated in a different world, which that's isekai. You're reincarnated, different world. You go to a different world, basically. Um, and now he has the optimal crest, the one he was looking for. Still has his own magical abilities that he had from before. So now he's like, he is supercharged essentially. But now the world was reincarnated in views magic as subpar. Like it exists apparently, but it's nowhere. No one can do anything with it. So now everyone thinks him going into magic is a mistake. Like now if you have the crest of magic, now it's like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because now it's like, now you're just expected to be the bottom tier essentially.
Yeah.
So now he has to basically show how powerful he is with what he has. And I'm like, I'm for that.
Straight up underdog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One is taking a different turn on an isekai because he went from a fantasy world to another fantasy world, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, well, that's different. And then two, I always love a good underdog story. I always love a good underdog story, especially when they triumph at the end of it, and they show all the naysayers and doubters like, you're so weak. Yeah, well, watch this. I'm expecting something akin to what is that one from it was on Crunchyroll. I think it was like grandson or grandfather, grand something.
Yeah.
Wise man's grandchild.
Yeah.
I'm expecting something akin to that.
Okay.
You know, in that situation though, he had the power, and people, once they knew who he came from or was a part of, knew that he was. We expected him to be strong, but there was always those chances where no one knew who he was because he's very unassuming until he actually showed what he could do, and then you get the gawk and just like, oh my god, what? How did you do that?
Yeah.
Like, I'm expecting that sort of situation to kind of come about more often than this one. So to me, this is going to be, I'm not like putting it in food terms is like, this isn't like the 5-course meal dinner that like um Jobless Reincarnation is, of just like I can feast on everything. This is like me going back with like some cheese popcorn and being like, just sit back, relax, it's gonna be good. Like,
Yeah.
I almost guarantee there's no stakes in this whole thing, but I'm gonna have
Yeah.
a fun time watching it and laughing my ass off over what the shit he does. So
Yeah. Good.
yes.
The next show we're going to talk about is Shingeki no Kyojin, the final season, part 2.
That is so funny to me. That is absolutely hilarious. Because think about it, they're like, all right, this is the final season, part 1. It's like, wait, no, it's not the final season then, because you have another season after this season. No,
Like,
it's just a part. It's just a part.
this
It's
is a
like,
core. This is
but
another core.
it's
We're
a
still in the
season.
final season.
It's a season. Oh shit.
I thought it was done. And for some reason, this is one of those ones that's like, this is one of the shows that has been like, we talked about it when it first aired, like
Yeah.
almost a decade ago.
Yeah.
And they're still squeaking out like more episodes. And I'm like,
Yep.
oh, I thought you were done.
Yeah.
You went off some weird place and I had lost track.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back for some more. And I'm like,
Mm.
oh. Should I go back? I don't know.
Yeah. No, I agree. At this point, it's almost like the way I feel like with Gears of War, the video game.
Yeah.
Because it's like I played, like, the minute one of those games came out, from the first time I played the first one to the second one to the third one, like the minute it came out, I'm like, I gotta play it. I gotta
Yeah.
play it. I gotta know what happens. I gotta like I'm like, oh, this is great. I love it. Every freaking second of it is action packed and the drama, the characters. Da, 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 da. After 3, I'm like, we killed the queen. We're good. And then they're like, Gears of War 4, and I'm like, no, I said we're good.
Everything's done.
We're done. Why are you doing more? Stop it.
Gears of War 5. And you're like, more?
Well, yeah, it's like, boy, no.
Gears
But
of War Tactics. Like,
you love the other ones, and I'm like, yeah, but the story's done. We're done. Why you do more?
Gears of War 6. You're like, you've already done a mobile game. Now it's time to do a movie. Like, stop making more games. Gears of War 7. You're like, stop, please.
Yeah. Well, and that's the
So
same thing that happened with Assassin's Creed too. Is there came a point in that one where storyline wise, the character you had been following with through 4 or 5 games
yeah.
dies.
Oh.
Like he's dead. And I'm like, but we solved the problem that he was trying to solve. And I'm like, okay, job done. We're good. And then they're like, hey, what about the Templars? And I'm like, the Templars always existed. That's like an ongoing battle, the Assassins versus the Templars. This is a known thing. There's always going to happen. The Assassins are going to be there when the Templars are there. They're like, but what about the resolution of that? I'm like, there is no resolution of that. It's the Assassins versus the Templars. We had a problem with the freaking world about to be blown up. We solved that. We're good. End of story. They're like, but Assassins. And I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way.
But we want more money.
Yeah.
So when things left the original location, I think I don't really know what's happening right now. I got confused and fell off the Caesar series.
As did I.
Uh, they went somewhere else and were doing stuff. I guess they didn't finish the stuff over there. So
See,
I don't know.
I'm still at the point of like, are y'all gonna go back to that basement? Are you gonna go to the basement? Can you go to the basement, please? Can we go to the base? You said at the very first, like second or third episode of the first season, we're like on what, season 5, season 6 now at this point. You said at the very first third episode of the first season that you're like, hey, this basement's important. And I'm like, cool, let's go there. Let's find out why it's important. Let's actually like turn the key, go in there. I don't even care if you have to freaking break the goddamn door down. Do whatever the fuck you gotta do. Get into that goddamn basement. Find out what the fuck is going on. And then they're like, hey, you remember this basement? Yeah, we're not gonna go there. And I'm like, you are a freaking tease, and I don't appreciate that.
Yeah. Um, I feel like they went 2 seasons too long. Like instead of going somewhere else, you should have went into the basement
Yeah,
and finished the series.
yeah,
So, and that's me speaking, not knowing what's happening in this season. This
yeah.
season may have like this may be the prequel. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I don't even know. It's like 2 seasons ago, I was like, man, we should do like an episode where we watch the whole thing and like go core by core by core and like just go through each arc. And now I'm like, is it over? Like, I don't want to grab everybody
No,
together
but
and
it
be like,
should
it's
be.
still going though. We
But it
really need
should
to do
be.
another one of these. Yeah.
We should be like, you know what? If we do that, we should honestly be like, one of the questions should be, where do you think it should have stopped?
Yeah.
Where do you think they should have ended it versus where they did end it?
Yeah.
Or do you think they ended it at the appropriate place?
Yeah.
And then the other one, the question in regards to that should be, and what do you think was filler? What do you think that was done purely as filler who had real, if you really thought about it, had no real connection to the storyline as is?
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see that. But
More Attack on Titan.
if you didn't, you may not have asked for it, but you're getting it.
Next show we're going to be talking about is Slow Loop. I am shocked.
That I had it on my list.
Yes.
Yeah,
So why do I have it on time? Cute girls just chilling and fishing, and I'm like, this is everything that you don't watch.
there's drama involved in this, though. And I'll tell you why. I'll read the synopsis for you. Well, first off, done by Connect, which Connect has done. I want to say some pretty serious ones, if I remember correctly. Or am I thinking of a different studio? I may think of a different studio. Strike the Blood, which is not very. A lot of Strike the Blood. Jaysley Strike the Blood. That's the only one I know from them, honestly. I thought of a different
Strike the
studio.
Blood has like 4 seasons? 5? Oh my god.
1 episode OVA, 12 episode OVA.
Did I watch Chaos Dragon? I feel like one of those did.
Oh, and there's a Strike the Blood finale OVA that's going to come out to be announced. Anyways, so synopsis for this. When Hiyori, a young girl whose deceased father taught her the joys of fishing, headed out to sea for some alone time, she never thought that she would encounter another girl there. Right there, I'm like, all right, I don't necessarily think I'm very interested in this. Not a lot going on here. After a while, this girl named Korra and her end up fishing and cooking together. Not a whole lot going on there. And they get to know each other a bit in the meantime. During their brief time together, Kohara finds out that the reason Hiyori went out to sea that day was because she's hesitant towards meeting her new stepfamily that same evening. But what a coincidence! Kohara is also meeting her new family tonight. No, it can't be a coincidence. Follow these two quote unquote sisters and their new life together.
Huh.
I see some drama happening. I'm at least somewhat intrigued.
Okay.
You have a deceased the father, probably the mother remarried, never introduced the daughter to this another family.
Yeah.
And or it could be that she's adopted. Maybe she got adopted.
Okay.
And now she has this whole new family, but it's an interesting dynamic because, one, she's not going to want to have a new quote unquote family. She had her family. Why would she want a new family? And she's going to have issues, I'm sure, with that. And then two, the sister, even though they get along together, who's to say she's necessarily going to fully understand the issues that her sister is dealing with, having had lost her father? And it sounds like her and the father, the other of Hiyori, were very close.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm interested to at least see what it could be. If it's just a mission of just like they're just going to go fishing and whatnot, I'd probably drop it.
I think this is
I would probably drop
it. Camping at Mount Fuji show.
But I think it's more. I think it's more than that.
But I do see the new element added, so I'm curious to see how much that plays a part in it. Yeah. Yeah. So we shall see. All right. The next show we're talking about is Sonobisk Doll wa Koi wo Soru, or My Dress Up Darling Sono. Wait, My Dress Up Darling. There we go.
I did the last one. You could do this one.
Okay. So why is this on my list? Looks like a cool romance.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh God. I just saw the first word and it's not what I was expecting. All right. This show is done by. Oh, what was the other one done by?
What, the other one I said? Connect.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This one is done by Cloverworks. I feel like they didn't know the show we were talking about. Yeah, that KB channel.
Wonderland. I see that on there.
Sardinia. Yeah. Good.
Or Neverland, sorry.
Yes, Neverland. I'm the second season of that one. A lot of people didn't. Synopsis for this one is traumatized by a childhood incident with a friend who took exception to his love of traditional dolls. Doll artisan hopeful Goku Wana passes his days as a loner, finding solace in the home ec room in his high school. To Wakana, people look like beautiful Kitagawa Marin, a trendy girl who's always surrounded by a throng of friends, is practically an alien from another world. But when cheerful Marin, uh, never one to be shy, spots Wakana sewing away one day after school, she barges in with the aim of roping her quiet classmate into her secret hobby, cosplay. Will Wakana's wounded heart be able to handle the invasion from this sexy alien? This kind of reminds me of that other show.
Which one?
The Don't Tease Me Nakanaide, or that one show. Except this one seems like way more wholesome.
Yeah, this one's gonna be way more wholesome. I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
She does intend on using him, but I have a feeling like they're gonna find acceptance in each other's likes because she has a secret hobby and he has a hobby that he doesn't want to talk about because the last time he talked about it, something happened that was very traumatizing to him.
Yeah.
When he confided in somebody. So I think they're gonna have some mutual beneficiary between the two of them. I'm sure they'll have their drama and their trouble as per usual because you can't just be immediately fixed and whatnot because then you don't have a show.
Yeah.
But I think over time, the two of them are going to both be more comfortable being themselves.
Yes.
I think is what's going to happen.
All right. The next show we're going to be talking about is Tensai OG no Akaji Koka Saisei Jutsu, the genius prince's guide to raising a nation out of debt.
So this almost seems like somebody took the idea of the realist hero and we're like, hey, we could do that, but
like
we'll do it a little differently.
Hero.
Yeah. So this one is done by Yokohama Animations Lab, which has done not a whole lot. Oh, Lapis, that's one you saw before, I remember.
Oh, the one I could never figure out. No, I figured out this one, the one that they had to fail, that trying not to fail, to get kicked out of school. Yeah.
The other ones, not so much. Anyways, so.
Oh, that's tight one.
Yeah. Anyways, so the story behind this one: the prince of this small and weak kingdom strive for only one thing: selling out his country and living a quiet life and leisure. Sadly, the greatest obstacle he will ever face is his own genius. As he achieves ever greater accomplishments, he earns more and more favor with the people of his kingdom, which makes fulfilling his own dreams all the harder. So he's a victim of his own success.
I'm too good.
Yeah.
Woe is me.
Yeah, basically. I want to see how well they play that out because that can be a very hard thing because for a person who doesn't want to succeed, being the one to succeed and then being pissed off about the fact that he succeeded, I kind of want to see how they play that.
Yeah, I'm curious how they play that too. Because there's that other show where it's like that one. She was like, "I just want to live a slow life," and then like she ended up with a bunch of power. Or there was also the other one where she's like, "Don't reincarnate me with a bunch of power,"
Mm-hmm.
and then she ended up really strong.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious how this one's gonna play out too.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think of anything great's gonna come from this, but I do think that it's going to be an enjoyable watch just because seeing the opposite of what typically happens in a situation like that, where it's like if someone wants to fail, typically they'll fail.
Mm-hmm.
But in his situation, he's just either whether it's because of his own luck or something he does that he doesn't realize. Like maybe he wants to, but at the same time, like he can't force himself to make that decision at that time if he knows the correct answer. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
no, I have to do this because if I don't, then this is going to happen. But I don't want to do that because I know that it will make things better and not worse, and therefore I can't do what I want to do.
I wonder if it's like how some villains that like those villains that are like, I'm the most evil person ever. And they're like, oh, you're so nice. She's like, no, I'm evil. Watch me burn this. And they're like, oh, thank you. I needed to take those ashes and put it over here. And then like it's just some weird coincidence will just always make things work out.
See, yeah, I'm curious if that's going to be based on it too. So, no, I'm like I said, I'm interested to see how that all pans out. I think it'll be interesting, to say the least. But I don't. There are obviously other animes on this season that I think will be more in depth to some things than what this one promises to be. But we'll see.
All right. The next show we're going to talk about is Tokyo 24-ku or Tokyo 24th Ward.
Yeah, these last two are yours for sure.
Oh. Okay. I was just thinking because after this, I need to grab the pictures because I didn't grab them for the other two shows. I was like, oh, I'll let you know. Both of these are mine. So, why did I put this on my list? Let's see. This show has a distinct style I remember from one show. I should have wrote down the show because I don't remember what show it reminded me of. Looks very interesting. The show is done by Cloverworks, who we just talked about.
Yep.
Cloverworks is doing a lot of stuff this season.
Yep.
Fate Grand Order, Horimiya. They just did the last show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and the synopsis is the Far Eastern Special Administrative Region, also known as 24th Ward, is a man-made island that sits in Tokyo Bay. Shuta, Ran, and Koki were born and raised on that island. Their family backgrounds, preferences, and personalities are completely different, but they are childhood friends who have always stuck together. However, one incident changed their relationship forever. A year afterwards, the three friends are reunited by chance at a memorial service held for the incident. Oh no. All three of their phones suddenly ring simultaneously. Their friend, who is supposed to be dead, is calling and demands that they make a decision about the future. The three friends do what they believe is best to protect the 21st ward and its inhabitants.
That one kind of just, I'm like, y'all all over the place with that. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Yeah, so when they're like that, like childhood friends, and then an incident happens, that immediately reminds me of another show where like, wow, there's this white-haired character and like she died a long time ago, and like you meet the characters at like, I don't know if there was like a time skip or something, but like it was, and I'm like, this show, I feel like if they show them when they were younger, I feel like I'm gonna latch on to the character that's gonna die, and then
Probably.
unlike other shows where they'll just be gone and people will remember them, he's gonna come back. And I'm like, no, don't tease me like that. So, yeah, this is the first episode is an hour special. So,
Probably when the person dies.
oh my god, they're gonna make it so. that sucks, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. All right.
Drag, you are already setting me up for failure. I'm just gonna just bow out of that one.
Yeah. All right. Heartstrings be ready, be pulled. All right. The next show and the last show for upcoming is Tribe 9. All right, I put it on my list. Crazy baseballs where people have superpowered bats and guns and cannons and sights is DBZ baseball, I guess, but stylized like Danganronpa. So
What the hell? DBC but with bats?
yeah, it's crazy looking. Oh no, the show's done by Luden Films.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Linden Films. Why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah.
hopefully it's okay. Um, the synopsis for this one is Haru Shirogane is a weak-minded person who is constantly bullied, while Taiga has traveled from across the sea in hopes of becoming the strongest man in the world. One night, the two meet up with Shun Kamiya, the strongest XB extreme baseball player and the leader of the Minato tribe. When they meet, each of the tribes scatter throughout Neo Tokyo and are about to face a major threat. In the order of king of Neo Tokyo, Poteshin, the Chiyoda tribe, led by the mysterious Ojiro Otori, has started to take control of all the tribes in the country. Their evil clutches are about to reach the Minato tribe. Their evil clutches. That sentence kills all the seriousness of the show.
This trailer kills all the seriousness of the show. What the hell am I watching? I'll allow myself to watch these trailers that you're going to be doing, but I'm just sitting here going, how? No, no, no. How do you're trying to make baseball irrelevant in a gang-related disaster, terror? No, just no. Why?
If
Whose
they didn't
fantasy
say
was this?
if they didn't say they're evil clutches, then
The evil clutches.
I'm like, that just turns this into a kid show. And like all the seriousness is gone. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, extreme baseball. It's like silly, but like, what was that one where they the battle royale where they had bombs? Um, and then like everybody clap your hands.
Oh
Like you
God.
can, like you can have like super stylized, like fantastical situations and still make them seem like kind of serious. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can suspend your disbelief so far. But I'm like, when they say they're evil clutches, I'm like, oh, this is a kids show, good guys and bad guys, and it's like I don't care. Like, all the I don't know. So my my hopes for the show have dropped a little bit. Maybe the synopsis is bad and it's actually a pretty good show. It's super stylized that it's sports kind of, so I'm gonna watch it. But
I'm sad to say I actually have to agree with you on that because I really want to. It just makes no sense, but sure, let's go with it.
so yeah, we shall see what this is going to be. Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be kind of serious, but I don't know anymore.
Oh shit.
All right. So I'm gonna let you go first.
Okay.
But
Which one are we talking about first?
actually, let's close this one out. All right. That is it for all our upcoming thoughts with my wrong picture. Our upcoming thoughts for the winter anime of 2022. We talked about 24 shows. We will be, yeah. It's not as hype as this current season, but all the shows we talked about are kind of like all over the place.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple from couple from next season that I feel like should be in this season because it has like the same theme, and like there are like some certain seasons like a few different shows have like the same theme. They were like, this season has a bunch of vampire anime. This season has a bunch of shows about planes for some strange reason. Or this this season has like a bunch of shows where everybody like all guns are girls and like just some themes. Like every now and then themes are
It's bad, but you're right. There is things.
Yeah. So this was like this current season is kind of mixed up. I feel like there's some stragglers that should be in this season, but this season is kind of jam packed with some crazy shows. So I can see why it didn't fit. And now we are gonna go into the Netflix grave. I need to come up with some kind of like red, red and black picture to for the Netflix graveyard. But
if you're gonna call it that, it should just be a tombstone with the Netflix logo on it.
That seems mean. Like,
All right. While you're getting pictures, what
yes.
first one are we gonna be talking about here?
Cowboy Bebop because I like the other one better.
Okay. Oh, you agree with me on that then, huh? So this is gonna start with Cowboy Bebop, the live adaptation show versus the animated show. God, there are so many things wrong with this freaking live action show versus the anime. And I will say that I only watched the first episode of the live action, and I told DK before. I said, look, I felt bad because I already kind of discussed this a little bit with someone else. I felt bad because I hadn't watched the anime in such a long time. I'm like, I don't know, maybe nostalgia is kicking in for me. Maybe I'm not seeing things the correct way that I think I should, and maybe I have rose-colored glasses on for the anime versus this adaptation that they're doing. I was wrong. This show just takes so much of the aspect of the original and just it's like they aimed for the stars and they hit Hoover Dam. I don't know. It's you went way off course for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I'll say, for instance, starting with Spike. The character of Spike, I have no issues or problems with, as far as who they casted to do it. I think look-wise, I think he pretty much does a decent job of nailing the look of Spike. I think he does fairly well in most aspects, but his character and the way that he was written, I don't agree with. And I will say why is that initially in the very first scene of the live action, they kind of do a spoof off of the very first scene of the animated movie that came out on it. I don't know if you remember anything about that there, DK.
I remember watching the movie, but it's been so long that I don't remember exactly.
So remember the very beginning, the very first movie that the movie it had them going into a convenience store that was being robbed.
Okay.
and it was being robbed by somebody who'd been fired from the security company that the convenience store protected. So if you've seen the first episode of the live action, you kind of know where that kind of coincides between that and what they showed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this whole thing takes place, and the thing is they also did the whole spoof about the fact that, like, so Spike hears you see Spike walking up to the convenience store, and he has headphones on, same way they did in the live action. But see, what he does is there's a guy out front who's guarding the entrance and who basically was telling him that he needs to walk away. Well, he looks down at his foot, and the guy, being an idiot, looks down as well, and basically Spike just from a standing position kicks straight up and knocks the guy out. Follow that right after with the he walks in, and the guy who's the main guy staking out the place starts yelling at him, but he immediately walks in and turns so he's not facing him and starts looking at one of the shelves, where the guy gets pissed off because he sees he's wearing headphones and can't and is thinking he's not being able to hear him. So he walks up to him and says, "Hey, you hear me?" And immediately Spike turns with a party popper in his hand that he got off the shelf, pops it in the guy's face, which surprises him, and then he basically proceeds to beat him up. Follow that with Jet ends up entering the scene much the same way he does in the live action, where he comes through the ceiling and knocks out two more guys, and Spike ends up taking out another guy, so four altogether. What they didn't know is that there was a fifth in the bathroom, same way they did in the live action one. So again, this is all just spoofing off of the actual movie that they did. Here's the thing, though. In the whole thing with what ends up happening is that the guy takes the lady hostage, and he basically gets it to a point where the guy with the gun points it at Spike, who then wings him in the shoulder, and he hits the back of the glass door, shatters it, and like a whole bunch of cans fall on him and knock him out, right? That entire sequence, Spike, yes, he breaks some things, he scatters some things around, but he doesn't kill anybody. Total zero people killed. In the very beginning of this live action that they've done, he kills 4 people. Straight up kills them. And then Jet kills one. And I'm like, that didn't happen. It didn't happen. Spike specifically does not kill people until over halfway through the episode when he's dealing with the syndicate, because that was his life in the syndicate, and he wants to leave that behind. He's done with it. He is essentially, as the same way in the live action, he quote unquote dies, gets resuscitated, and the syndicate thinks he's dead. So he basically becomes a bounty hunter to survive, but at the same time, he his skill set is good for that, but he never kills anyone. Because that was his old life. He doesn't want anything to do with his old life anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't kill anybody until halfway through the series because he was pushed far enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Spike here has no problems killing people.
Yeah.
Like, for him, it's a joke. And I'm like, that's not the way Spike was. That is not his personality. That is not the way he was. What the hell are you doing? And then the whole thing about Jet having a daughter. Like, he never had a daughter in the series.
Yeah.
You shoehorned a daughter in there to get him to, use that as a persuasion method to get Spike to do something. There was a camaraderie between Spike and Jet, and they kind of do a little bit of that in the live action, but it's like they had an understanding with one another. And Jet knew that Spike had been in the syndicate. He didn't know what part of it or where he was at in it, but he knew he had been in the syndicate.
Mm-hmm.
This version of Jet doesn't know Spike's in the syndicate or was in the syndicate.
Mm-hmm.
No clue. And actually gets upset with him when he finds out.
Yeah.
And then Faye, oh God. Faye is just wrong all over. Like, you remember how Faye was introduced in the series?
Casino?
Well, that was the first episode, but the way she was introduced is she walks into an herb shop carrying a bag of groceries and makes note of the guy behind the counter's sunglasses he's wearing, saying, "I like your glasses." And he looks at her going, "I like everything of yours." And then basically grabs a cigar, he lights it for her, and after she takes a drag off of it, goes, "You know what the best way to win a fight?" And as she's saying this, three guys in suits come out from inside of the building and are starting to pull guns. And next thing you know, it goes back into the store. She's pulled out an SMG and is pulling out a clip from the grocery bag she was carrying, slams it in there. The dude behind the counter is starting to get worried, and she just opens fire, just shredding the front of the store.
Okay.
The guys get out of the way because they just see her actually pull it, because it's a glass front door that she was in front of, basically. They get out of the way, and as she stops firing, she spits out the cigar and just basically goes, "Shoot first." Because that's the way Faye was.
Mm-hmm.
That was her introduction, and that was her personality. She is a shoot first, ask questions later, but at the same time, when she got captured, she had all sorts of things on her person that basically made it to where, even though she was captured, it wasn't an inconvenience for her.
Yeah.
You know, she was like, she basically managed to pull a lipstick case out of one of her pockets and used it it had like a transceiver in it so she could make a call to the dude who was running the casino that she'd been captured by the people at the Bebop. Like, all of it, and then yes, she broke out. Yeah. I mean, like, all of this transpired, but it's like Faye's kind of a thinker. Like, she actually has, not only does she have good looks and she is a femme fatale, and she does use that to her advantage, but she uses that to her advantage. She uses it as a weapon against people, because not only is she smart, not only is she good looking, but she's incredibly intelligent as well. And she plans for things. She plans contingencies. What if I get caught? What if the guy runs? What if this happens? What if that happens? Like, she's always like, even in the movie, I remember, like, when she was tracking someone down, she approached him very non-aggressively, and then let him know who she was, and he tried to run, and she already knew which route he was going to take, what the best route to get out of that area in case she didn't apprehend him right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she knew that. And that's who these people are. That's what they are. And I got none of that in this live adaptation. I got absolutely none of that. Faye
Yeah.
was swearing, and swearing like a lot, and for the most part basically was seeming like anything that she came up with was kind of just random and on the fly. Jet basically, used his daughter as a crutch to get Spike to do something, but then, like, I saw some clips from later in the series, and Spike is in trouble, and Jet couldn't care less because he was dealing something with his daughter. And I'm like, it's a comedic moment, but for those of us who know the characters and those of us who've watched the episodes, you get kind of pissed off about that, because you're like, there would have been no chance that Jet would have let that happen. He would have then gone and helped Spike,
Yeah.
because they were comrades. They understood one another. They helped one another. You know, and then the way they played the first episode, it's like they took parts of the first episode, and they're like, we're going to take this part, this part, this part, and this part, but the rest of it we're going to do completely on our own.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's wrong, because one of the biggest things about the first episode is that lady that he ends up trying to save, she shoots the dude that she was with in the anime.
Yes.
And it
Yes,
was
because he was like,
because he was wigging out.
yeah.
Like, he was so high on that shit. Like, he was wigging the frick out. And she
Yeah.
realized that it was partly her fault,
Mhm.
because he was trying to do this for her. And in so doing, she knew they were going to die, but she didn't want it to be by the police's hands that he died by. So she
Yeah.
took it upon herself. She ended his misery.
Yeah.
And that
And
was a
like,
touching moment. That was like, I remember seeing that going, oh my, like, oh crap.
yeah, the moment was more between them two instead of between her and Spike.
Yeah.
And to see it play out in the live action when she turns to him and he was already dead, that to me that was a letdown, because I knew I don't remember exactly what happened. I do remember him wigging out.
Oh, she shot him in the anime.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm like, I don't remember her. Like, I don't when I saw that scene, I don't remember her shooting him to end the whole situation, like to end that part of the situation. But when she looked at him, I was expecting him to be wigging out, because I'm like,
Yeah.
that's the scene I remember, and that's the scene I was
Yeah.
looking forward to. And he was already dead. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have some overall opinions with the series. I didn't go back to the original series to like watch it 1-to-1, because I feel I I don't know. I feel like if I were to do that, I would like to do that like a full in-depth thing for both, like for the live action and for the original series. But I'm like, I can't tackle that right now. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go off of my bad memory and like the years of like Cowboy Bebop that I've seen long ago, and then watch this current one. And like, so for me, I feel like the parts that they replicated,
Mm-hmm.
as far as like this, like the Bebop, the actual Bebop, I'm like, that was cool.
Yeah.
Like his ship, that was cool. And just like a lot of things that I talk about across, like just on the show, me, I'm very much into visuals. So I'm like, Jet, I'm like, to make him a black dude, I'm like, you know what? That actually kind of fits.
Yeah.
Like,
I had no problem with that.
yeah. And then like his beard, I'm like, that looks cool. Except for one scene when we were like really close up on him, and I'm like, yeah, that's a fake beard.
Mm.
But overall, and I'm like, the look, like you said, how Spike looks, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I'm like, great.
Yeah.
Faye, I'm like, cool. I remember Faye being going against the grain. I don't remember like Faye being feisty and how I can't. I think Jed said something to her, and she was like, "Fuck you!" And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Whoa!"
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa!
No,
That's a
for
little
sure.
much. So, um, they do take a lot of liberties on a lot of different things.
Oh, they did.
The one red eye, like the scene when he actually used the red eye, I'm like, I kind of remember him like. I'm
So
like,
they
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 do the
did they
first
did the actual, like, how they got the red eye. They did that exactly the way it should have been. The effects of the red eye, not so much.
yeah. So
Because
with the
you could think of the effects of red eye as the same way. Did you ever see the new Dread movie?
yeah, I saw it a long time ago, but yes.
The effects of red eye were more similar to that.
Okay.
Like, things slowed down for him but he was like his perception of reality was like half speed, but he was still moving at his regular speed
Yeah.
situation. So like he
Okay.
was just freaking just amped up, just like
Yeah.
people tried to shoot him, but he moved too fast and he saw the bullets coming.
Yeah.
Like that's
Like
how much it was like for him.
like super hot.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
But like
So,
super hot, it's like you continue to move the entire time. Like
yeah.
there was never a standing point. It was just all just like the bullet would come almost right to him, and he would just be like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? So it's just like, yeah,
Yeah. So also the like transporting through the gate, like
that was pretty
like
legit.
like all of like a lot of the visuals in this show were like really cool and like faithful to the original, and I'm like, I love it.
Hmm.
Um, but then they took a lot of liberties and it changed a
They
lot of
did.
things.
They
And
did.
my question for adaptations, especially because we talk about mostly adaptations. Like a lot of the shows that we talk about were based on the manga, and I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure the manga is way different than the animated adaptation, and it would be way different than the live action adaptation. It'd be way different than the movie that they'll make. So, as far as this show goes, I don't know what to think of it because one scene I'm like, oh, that's exactly like how it played out in the series, and then the next scene I'm like, this is okay. I think. And then like how you said that Spike doesn't kill people, and then in this series he's just like mowing people down, and
Yeah.
I'm like something doesn't feel right, and I didn't remember that, so I'm
Hmm.
like something just doesn't feel right, and like the
Yeah.
whole running joke where it's like my daughter this and my daughter that, and I'm like, I know that's a liberty that they took, but for them to like use it that much, I'm
Lean
like
into
I
it,
could,
basically.
yeah, like if they one thing I really wanted to do is I wanted to watch 3 episodes to see if like where the intro.
Intro was great.
I love oh my god, I loved it. It's like,
Intro was great.
yeah. So when I saw Ein in the intro, I'm like, they'll get to Ein. But I'm like, where's Ed? I'm like, is Ed his daughter? I'm like, is that how they tied them together? Did they change? I'm like,
Ed doesn't appear to the very end.
yeah, and I'm like, so after only watching the first episode, I'm like, I don't know what they're doing with this series. And I'm like, they're mixing and matching and then
They are.
exactly replicating certain things that I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this.
They are.
So in order for me to like fully enjoy the live action, I need to go back and watch the original and know like what exactly is live action exclusive to know like what exactly is exactly from the show. Because me watching it, I'm like, oh, that's cool. That looks just like it. And then I'm like, fuzziness. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if this happened
If
in the
you went
show.
back in the first episode right now, you would be disappointed in what you saw. I guarantee you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm like,
You would be. You would be.
so yeah, as far
And Spike is from the very first episode, you realize Spike has fast hands. Like he's a pickpocket.
yes,
He can grab things. Was that ever conveyed in the first episode of the Caesar of this live action?
no,
No.
he took the girl's cigarette, and I'm like, maybe that's something Spike would do. I don't remember.
The whole scene that when that happened, the change that they did is that he came out of the bathroom where the guy was in coming off of his red eye that he had taken.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
And then he came out of the bathroom, bumped into her because she had just come out of a store and gotten some groceries for their trip that they were trying to take.
Mm-hmm.
And she dropped the bag and he helps her, but in so doing, grabs a few things for himself. one of which is a sandwich that he stuffed in his mouth, which
Mm-hmm.
he then tries to give back to her, and she's like, you can keep it. And then he proceeds to pull like donuts, cookies, and like all sorts of other things from all sorts of other pockets because he literally had pocketed them while he was helping her.
As you're explaining that, I'm like, the scene is just playing in my head, like
Mm-hmm.
just from all the times that I've watched it back in high school, and
And
it's like,
then that whole conversation that they had, he was filling up his vehicle. He was at a gas station. He was filling up his plane. And then as he reveals who he is to her, the dude comes up behind him and basically knocks him down and starts strangling him. And she yells at him not to kill him. But he had basically gotten the wind knocked out of him essentially. So they go flying off. And it isn't until Jet comes by and looks at Spike and goes, "You just gonna take a nap down there?" And he's like, "I was rather comfortable." So almost implying that he could have gotten up and done something at any point in time, but he
yeah,
was just sitting there kind of just waiting. Because it was his thing because he kind of started feeling bad for them because he understood the situation that they were in.
yeah,
So I think morally he was kind of coming to terms in his own mind about what it was that he was seeing or trying to do.
okay. So, there's one thing, like before we started, there was one thing I wanted to make sure I mentioned, and I just now remembered it. Um, I'm not, and then like you explaining like all those different scenes, like it seems like there's there's a disconnect, um, and it kind of similar thing that kind of happened that explained. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. So that Batman and versus Superman movie,
Yeah,
uh, there was a super long version, and then like it got cut down, and then somebody else cut it down and like
yeah,
reshot some things to try to make it work.
yeah.
Cowboy Bebop seems like that because when I watched it, there were some things that were like completely recreated, and it looked very cool. But then there was a lot of fuzziness, and
So
I'm not really sure.
here's the thing that they said. Here's the thing that they said about this show. They said that they took scenes from the anime and that most of the first episode was based upon the first episode of the anime. But then after that, it goes off on its own tangent. It diverges completely. And it only loosely comes back to the way the actual anime did. So it's like they took story elements from the original anime and then adapted it to the live action, where there are certain scenes that will cross over, but the overarching story of it doesn't coincide with it. So here's my definitive as far as it comes to this whole thing. And this is, I've been thinking about this a lot. Here's my definitive when it comes to this whole thing. The movie that came out for it was set in a timeline between episodes, I think like 22 and 23, almost the end of the season.
Mhm.
There was a chunk of time where there was a time skip essentially. Now, if what they wanted to do with this series, say for instance, is go, hey, we're going to show this crew going on adventures and doing their thing, bounty hunting, taking in captives, doing this, that, and the other thing. Or maybe there's an overarching boss unrelated to the anime that they have to go take out or do something with or whatever. And we can set it in a timeline in between these episodes or whatever, if like it was in the actual anime. But we keep the characters the same, their motivations, the way they are, who they are, what they do, all this, that, and the other thing. and everything else jives with it, I would have been totally fine with the live action. I would have zero complaints, zero issues. But because they basically said, we're going to take the anime and make our own story out of it, which will only loosely follow that path, I think they basically, all the anime Cowboy Bebop fans that were out there that loved the series, they basically just, in a sense, gave them a middle finger. Because if you take story elements from a story that has perfected what it's done and tells a complete story from start to finish, and then go chop, 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 chop. All right, let's add this in here, this in here, this in here, this in here, this in here. Of course, you're going to have the people who've loved the anime series look at it and go, this is trash. Because there's an expectation, there's a flow, and anyone who hasn't seen the series might be able to get into that flow. But those who have are going to look at it and go, this is garbage.
Yeah.
So to me, with what they did, they set themselves up for failure.
I like your idea of like basically making this like a big OVA.
Yeah.
Like it's just some side adventure that takes place sometime in the series. They refer to some things, but they don't replicate anything from the series.
Yeah.
It's like because like the movie was knocking on heaven's door, and it's like you could just watch that and like it's top notch.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of I don't think a lot of media do that. Like I think whenever they try to make a live action adaptation or something like that, they redo the story. They
Yeah.
remix the story and stuff like that. And this is the first time that I'm thinking about it. It's like, yeah, why not make an OVA? Why not take elements and characters from the story and don't already do what's already done?
Mm-hmm.
Like add something else, like
Yeah.
little side thing.
Yeah. I would have no problem with that.
Because like you don't have to do Ed. Like Ed wasn't with them at the time.
Yeah.
Like yeah,
Ed didn't come in till later, so don't make it about Ed. Now, Ein came in by the second episode. So you're gonna have to have Ein in there.
you gotta have
You gotta have Ein in there.
I the best character.
But
So
don't make it to where he's just, see, there again, they changed the character. Ein was super intelligent. He was a data dog.
yeah,
Like Ein literally did things, obviously to the extent of dogs that good dogs could do, but Ein literally did things that you're looking at going, no, that's just a coincidence. He's like, no, he did that on purpose.
yeah,
He knew what he was doing. And the whole episode with Ein, there was a point where he got drugged and then he was in a high speed car chase. Well, he saw Spike going over in his flyer, his jet that he uses. So he ends up jumping onto the steering wheel, hitting some buttons until the door finally opens, and then jumping out. And Spike went and got him. But he knew that would happen.
yeah,
Ein's intelligent. The reason why he's named Ein, because it's from Einstein. He's intelligent.
yeah.
But in the series, they just act like he was just a dog. He's their like mascot essentially. I'm like, no. So if you're gonna do something like this, if you're gonna do a live action, fine. Don't have it be part of the series. Give it its own thing. Pick a timeline in the series. Go, your characters have these powers. This is the way they are. This is how they are. Don't change the characters. Don't give them other personalities. Don't give them the same way that they always handle situations, and then just put them in their own thing.
Is this like Avatar 2.0? Where it's like with Avatar, it was a fan of the series who actually worked on it, and then he put like a bunch of bad acting and just executed it bad. And then this one's like, okay, let's get some actually good actors. let's actually reproduce a whole bunch of the series, but then also let's do our own weird thing with it, and they just messed it up again.
Yep, basically.
Hmm.
Basically.
Okay.
So, anyways, that is my hot take. That is your hot take. I don't think much more needs
Alright.
to be said about that. It's
Okay.
abysmal.
Okay. Well, now after all of these like live action remakes and movies that are like adapted and all that kind of stuff, I finally have an answer to how I
How do you fix
feel
it?
it should. Yeah. How do you fix? Yeah. How I feel
Yeah.
it should be done.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. The next show
And the last
is
one.
yes. Arcane League of Legends.
Now, coming from someone who has played the game, I don't know
Ah, you played it.
necessarily a huge amount of the lore. I do know some. Um, I think this is phenomenal. Like swinging into the other side of the spectrum that we were just on.
Yeah, it's so funny that this is.
I think they have done, from a storyline standpoint and from a character standpoint, they have done a phenomenal job with this. Characters are great. They interact the way I would think that they would interact. They show the whole spectrum that they do. And I think anyone who ever wants to do, as we were talking about before earlier on, an anime version of a video game, take note. Take note, because I think this is going to be now my definitive line in the sand when it comes to, if you really want me to be gushing and have a good or extraordinarily good aspect of what you do, this is where it needs to be at.
And yeah, it's like doing an animated series, movie, any like additional content for something that already exists. Um, I don't know the game for this one, but just as its like standalone show, like I absolutely love this show.
Mm-hmm.
This show is so good that I'm gonna watch the rest of it. I'm like, it's knocking anime off my list, and
Mm-hmm.
that's I feel bad because I'm like, this is an anime show, but I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I have to watch more of this. Like,
No, and it's interesting too. You brought that up too. Is that I actually had kind of an argument with somebody about the fact of their, so League has done like music videos and like little shorts and stuff like that for a long time. This is the first like actual series that they've produced and put forward. And people who've always watched the little shorts or music videos have gone, can we please get a series? Oh my God, this is like the look of it, the way they do things. It's amazing. I would love to watch a full series about this. And when the actual series was announced, one of the people I watched who was watching like one of the latest like little shorts that they did was like, "Oh my God, Riot, come on, look at me, make a freaking series. Love God, make a series. You have so much potential here and so much things." And I told myself, I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to go down into the comments and say, hey, guess what? Your wish is coming true. They're making a series. They're making, an anime series about this. And as I'm scrolling down, I'm like, oh, come on. This is big news. I'm sure this video has been out for like a day or two. Someone has already made mention of it. And the very first comment pinned to the very top of it was literally someone making a comment going, hey, guess what? They're making the series that you're wanting to make. And it bugged me because right after that, someone made a comment on that saying, well, it's not technically anime. And I'm like, really? Are you going to be one of those guys just because it wasn't produced in Japan? You're going to say that it's not anime? Because, like, the production company on this is based in France. I'm
yeah.
like, but Riot is actually a Chinese company.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, really? You're gonna go that far saying it's not anime? They're like, no, I'm not saying it because I didn't know where they were from or what production they were doing. I'm only saying it because it doesn't have the look of actual anime on it.
And it's like, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
But it's just, I'm like,
It's a, I'm
it's
like,
animation. It's the only reason we call it anime is because that's how they refer to it in Japan. It's Japan's animation. This
yeah,
is an animation. So if someone actually wanted to call it anime, yes, that's not technically the correct terminology for it, but I have no issue with them calling it anime. Because at the end of the day, anime is literally just animation. And this is a wonderful freaking animation.
yeah. When it gets to definitions and all that kind of stuff, it's always like this way of thinking about it, that way of thinking about it. Um,
But I
yeah,
mean,
I'm like,
this is gorgeous animation. I'm sure you probably want to just talk for ages about how gorgeous it
oh,
is.
I have, I have. So the two guys that I used to work with at my old job, I want to talk with them about this so much because this is exactly the kind of like this is what I went to school for. It's for
Hmm
3D animation, and I'm like,
hmm
I want I want to spend days, weeks just figuring out so much. Like if they had like a behind the scenes, like how we make, I'm like, I watch like all of it. Like,
hmm
yeah. So I'm like, this is why this show is bumping whatever stuff was towards the bottom of my list. I'm sorry, Arcane's bumping you out.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this like,
You know,
so
I'm gonna link you a video. There's actually an animation studio who have recently been um, doing reactions to videos, and then they analyze it and everything. They actually did the trailer for this. They did a breakdown of the actual trailer and the key elements that they saw and throughout the entire thing, which is the anime itself, or it's part of the show itself. So
okay,
I'm like, that
cool.
you probably would be interested in seeing that
Okay,
because
yeah.
even they were your exuberance about this mirrored their exuberance about
Yeah,
this of just being like, oh my god, what? Oh Jesus, like and see, you know as well as I do, I am not necessarily a fan of 3D animation.
yeah. It is so funny that like,
I am not a fan of 3D animation because it takes the immersion, I feel like, out of the actual what you're going through the story. I want to be involved in the story. I want to be able to place myself inside this. At no point did I feel a break in this whole thing. Like it is done so well. So well.
it's
Like it
win
go ahead.
it's winter now, so like the days are shorter, and like I what was it? Ray was working late, so she was gonna get off in the evening, and at like 2, I like went ahead and started the episode, or 2 or 4, whatever, and I watched the first episode, and like it was still daytime, and then the second one I started, and I'm like, um, I basically, for all the people who have seen this, like I've watched 3 episodes, and the third episode ends with a big explosion, and a lot of stuff happened, and I'm like just stunned at what's going on, and then the episode ends, and my house is like pitch black, like the sun is set, like I didn't have any lights on, and I'm like, I like pause it because Netflix is like, all right, this is the credits. All right, time to go. Next episode, you got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I'm like, I'm only supposed to watch 3. And I'm like, and I stopped it, and then the house was just black. And I'm like, oh my god, where'd the sun go? I'm like, I am completely and totally sucked into this show.
hmm
So yeah, um,
Character design, I mean, you feel the emotions, you understand what they're going through. They tell a well-kept story. I mean, yes, they're going off of lore that League of Legends has, but at the same time, they're telling their own story about it. And again, this is not necessarily the most unique of it at all, but it still is is catching, and you feel the emotions that the characters have to go through, the pain, the issues. Like they take something that is not necessarily a realistic sort of situation or a realistic people in their own way, and they give them personality, they give them their reasoning and everything like that. It's like it's God, when you inject so much into that in that sort of way, like there's no way you cannot be just in awe and just a part of it. And then even the unbelievable things that happen, and like the weird, the underworld that they're in, that it seems so foreign and so like abstract or whatever on the outside, but then you go on the inside of it and you're like, no, I could totally see this. Like, yeah, this is a rundown bar or whatever, but I could still totally see it. You know what I mean? You're like, yeah, and then this is their living room. They have like the chairs that are like obviously from scrapped or whatever, or it everything that they do has as at least a part of believability inside of it. And that is saying something for something like this, as so out there as it is.
It's so cool how little of the world we've seen,
Mhm.
and it's like uh ReZero, where it's like the first part of the first season took place like in the mansion,
Yeah.
and then it like spread to another area. I'm like, I see this, I see it all over again. I'm like, we've expanded to it's the bar, it's that lab, it's like that one place that they took some stuff from, and then like it's just slowly expanding. And I'm like,
Mhm.
it's so great. So
Oh yeah.
I am curious if if this story is pulling off what we say that Cowboy Bebop should be pulling off. I'm like, is it
Yeah.
taking characters from a story, using some of the lore from a story, and telling its own thing on the
Yep.
side?
Absolutely.
Because basically
So
we just
most of this hasn't been necessarily seen in this way, and there's a lot of people who only know the characters as characters from a game. But there are relationships that people know about. There are pieces that they've put together, and instead of either acting like they don't exist or acting like they're not a integral part of someone's character, they're taking them and they're running with them. And I'm like, that's amazing. That's great. I mean, that's what you should do. Don't act like those little nuances or those little things about people don't exist. When an actor looks at someone in real life and is trying to mimic them, do they just go, "Oh, I just can do his voice," and immediately you're going to believe that I'm this person? Like, no. What you're going to do is you're going to watch how they move, how they act, how they gesture. Are they more fluent talking with their hands, or are they very closed in most of the time when they're talking with people? Do they tilt their head a specific way? Do they shake their hands a specific way? It's like you understand this person in and out, so that way when you're on the screen showing that you're basically acting like this person, people watching believe you. But what you don't do is you're just like, "Oh, I can imitate their voice. Everyone should believe I'm this person." No, that's not how that works. I feel like that's what Cowboy Bebop did in relation to this. Whereas these characters, yes, obviously they have a more liberty because they're 3D, design or whatever. But you believe they are who they say they are because of the way that they act, because of the decisions that they make. So,
yeah. Um, yeah, best 3D animated show I have seen, 10 out of 10.
correct. Yep, absolutely.
Um, this picture is spoiling me because everybody's older. And I'm like, wait a minute. So I apologize to any of the seasonal anime that get bumped because of this show, but Sorry, up your game.
Get good.
Yeah. I need to talk to my old coworkers about this show because I'm like, we could go on for hours. I'm like, I'm thoroughly impressed. All right. Well, that is it for the the Netflix graveyard. These are shows that air on Netflix all in one big chunk, and this one's different because it's not from a seasonal anime that we talk about, but and Cowboy Bebop's different too. But yeah, we will be back. The week after New Year's because the second because uh, the shows of this season won't be finished, and yeah, we will be talking about the shows that we have finished from this season. So,
Alrighty.
yeah, that's it for today. Like, thank y'all for watching. Thanks for hanging out in chat. Thanks for supporting the channel in any way that you do, and we will see y'all next time.